Turn on.
Across the week of man, see how he
Tune in.
The Satanist, the black magician, is not seeking that kind of
I think we're very control. When you keep the calculations, more or less,
All right. Well, welcome everyone. We are doing the 50 years of Flower Power live broadcast today. Actually, only one of us, unfortunately, is in San Francisco, and that is Steve Outram. Three of us are in California. I'm joined by Dr. Hans Utter, who is up on the top left, Joe Atwell, who is on the bottom right, Steve Outram, who is on the bottom left. Sorry, Steve Outram, who's on the bottom right. And I'm your host, Jan Irvin of GnosticMedia.com. And Hans Utter, more information about him and his work can be found at hansutter.com. And Hans is a musician and ethnomusicologist, and he's been with us for quite a number of shows. I think Hans and I have done over 20 shows together. Joe co-hosts the Unspun show with me, and he had done about 15 shows as well on my podcast, and Joe's been around for years researching this stuff, and he's a great asset to all of us, and thanks for joining us, Joe. And also Steve Outram, he was a tech investor and software designer, designed hot dog software, which he sold when he was 28, and he's, for the last few years, been investigating Burning Man, and we've been revealing some of his research on my show over the last, almost a year now since we started the Burning Man series.
It's taking a while.
Yeah, it's just like my series with Hans. They take a while to roll out, but it's worth it. It's a lot of work to get them together. But anyway, all of us are here today to talk about the 50th anniversary of Flower Power and the CIA's creation of the counterculture and psychedelic revolution, and how and why that was. A lot of us think that it seems counterintuitive, because why would the CIA want us to do drugs? Drugs are illegal, after all. Or are they illegal to encourage rebellious behavior? And did Timothy Leary himself go before Congress in 1966 to request their outlaw? Which he did do, and we'll be covering that and a lot more. I'm not sure how long this will be running for today, but anyway, who wants to go next? Steve?
Great. Yeah, thanks very much, Jan. Thanks for the introduction. And so I'm going to kick this off first, maybe just setting the scene, because I am live here from San Francisco. So 50 years ago today, January the 14th, 1967, we saw the Human Be In Golden Gate Park. And this was a free event. It was promoted in the underground press of San Francisco, called the San Francisco Oracle. And it really kicked off what became to be known as the Summer of Love. And the Summer of Love was this incredible cluster of musicians and artists and poets, ballet dancers, terrorists, FBI agents, CIA agents, police intelligence, all around one tiny little area of San Francisco known as the Haight-Ashbury District. And this was the center of the heads, was the center of the hippie universe. But they came and went in a flash, and a lot of noise was made at the Human Be-In. But by the end of the summer, by the end of October 1967, they were having a funeral for the death of the hippie. So the Summer of Love all happened in between. And really, they estimate perhaps as many as 100,000 people came to San Francisco with flowers in their hair. And yeah, that really, in the scheme of things of the world, 100,000 people is not that many. But this event, this Summer of Love, has had an enormous impact on culture of the entire planet for the last 50 years. So that's some of the stuff we're going to look at today, and drilling in on who was behind this event and maybe what were some of the agendas that weren't visible then. So I'm going to share screen and put the presentation up. And I need to do the sound as well, yeah?
Okay, that didn't work. I was just trying to change my lighting here. But, all right.
All right. So, Steve, see if you can make your at least make the PowerPoint window full screen, and then that should at least give us some of it.
There we go. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
The PowerPoint? Yep. So, all right. I'm not seeing it on my stream, but that's all right. I'll get started. So, what was this all about, this being? Well, a new concept of celebrations beneath the human underground must emerge, become conscious, and be shared. So a revolution can be formed with a renaissance of compassion, awareness, and love, and the revelation of unity for all mankind. Now, that all sounds sort of nice. It's very airy-fairy. Like, what does that really mean? Oh, we're going to get a revelation and for all mankind. But, you know, what's behind it is unity. And the Unity Foundation is one of the big groups behind the San Francisco scene for the last 50 years, putting on these types of free events and festivals. But there's also this concept of the unity between the one and the zero that we've all talked about collectively in previous shows. So this is what they're trying to do here is they want something new to emerge from this group by bringing these hippies together. Something's going to emerge and become conscious. So the consciousness of whatever this entity is they're creating and summoning, that consciousness is important to this group. So flower power, there are these two very famous photos, both relating to flower power, and one of them is Mark Ribot. The image of Jan Rose Casimir, the ultimate confrontation, the flower and the bayonet. And the other one is Bernie Boston, Pulitzer Prize nominated photograph, Flower Power. But the concept actually came about because there's a popular version of H.G. Wells' The Time Machine in the mid-60s, and it depicted a flower-bestowing communal people of the future. In a story characterized by anti-war themes. So this is the H.G. Wells idea, you know, in the future, we're all going to go and we're going to give flowers out to people. And it's we're going to hear the term Brave New World quite a bit today. And you know, that's Huxley would love everybody to think that was a dystopian fiction. And it just only by pure coincidence and chance did the plans of the social engineers work out exactly towards what was described in that book. But you know, looking back in hindsight over 50 years to the human being and going even further to the days of Brave New World, I think we could see you know, a very careful plan at work. And who were the planners? Well, this is where you find the people like H.G. Wells and the Fabian Society, the Bloomsbury set, and perhaps a little bit beyond the scope of today's discussion. But the flower became the symbol for the hippies, and the hippies embraced the symbolism by dressing in clothing with embroidered flowers and vibrant colors, wearing flowers in their hair, and distributing flowers to the public, becoming known as flower children. John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas wrote the song San Francisco, Be Sure to Wear Flowers in Your Hair, for his friend Scott McKenzie to promote the Monterey Pop Festival that Phillips was helping to organize. So that was released on May 13th, 1967, right in time for the Summer of Love. I think I even maybe have a clip of that. Let's see if this works. I'll have to line the clips up. Is that coming through full screen?
Yeah.
If you're going to San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, we're all familiar with that song. But an interesting thing to note is it's since come out that John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas was actually molesting his daughter, who was named Mackenzie. And then his friend Scott McKenzie's not his real name, so he changed his name to the name of the daughter to promote the song for his friend doing the festival. And anyway, I think Hans is going to get a little bit more into the promotion of these musical acts and how all that stuff came together. But yeah, these are some of the earliest music videos that were ever created. And you know, during the Summer of Love, we saw this amazing event called the Exorcism of the Pentagon, and they actually they tried to levitate the Pentagon. They thought if they got enough hippies together holding hands, they could lift the Pentagon from the ground into the air, and then also they could exorcise all the evil spirits from it, so that there would be an end to war. And I guess they really believed that this was going to work, but it doesn't seem to have been that effective. I think Pentagon today, 50 years later, is much, much stronger than it was in 1967. But have a look at, here's the invocation and the spell. They're going to do a purification rites for the participants, cleansing of the eye, heart, minds with a Hittite spell, prayers for the soldiers and their violent karma in Vietnam, consecrations, exorcism ceremony, the rising of the Pentagon, the exorgasm, the banishment of the evil spirit with singing and shrieking. Yeah, so banishing the evil spirit right there. These, of course, out there in the crowd are the usual suspects handing out massive amounts of LSD just to help everybody with their magic spell. But the thing is, it didn't bring about the end to war. So what really was the point of it? And then this event where the flowers were put in the barrel of the gun at the Pentagon. It was actually because Michael Bowen, who's one of the founders of the Human Being and also one of the founders of the San Francisco Oracle, he teamed up with a marijuana smuggler, and they wanted to fly over the Pentagon and drop a whole bunch of flowers over it. I mean, even in 1967, that wasn't a smart idea to try to fly a light aircraft over the Pentagon, But anyway, they didn't get to do that. But they got people running around in native dress and pushing this Indian revival.
Now, interestingly, Steve, I've come to completely different research on that. Now, somebody that we discussed last night when we were going into all of this, Bob Dobbs or Dean or Neverett, whatever his name is, from the Church of the Subgenius, he goes into how Peggy Mellon Hitchcock was paying for the flowers, and then Acid Dreams by Marty Lee and Bruce Slane also states that it was funded by the Mellon family, and then it was essentially propagandized by Walter Board on the East Village Other, and Peggy was going to pay for the flowers to be dropped over the Pentagon, and then at the last second, Board decided to drive him over in a van or something to that effect, which I do have in the Spies in Academic Clothing article.
Yeah, well, look, we hear about the 60s, these underground free press newspapers that were handed out on college campuses. And, if you're a publisher of a newspaper, it gets handed out to 500,000 people, you probably feel pretty good about yourself. But if you have a Peggy Mellon Hitchcock there to write the check for you to go do a printing run, you really don't need a great deal of skill in publishing. And so I think that's what we find if you follow the money in a lot of these things, is it does seem to concentrate around the wealthy oligarchical families.
Yeah, just really quickly, I'm showing Walter Board on screen here just so people can see, and he was married to Peggy Mellon Hitchcock. Of course, Peggy Mellon Hitchcock, her brother was Billy Mellon Hitchcock, and they owned the Millbrook Mansion where Tim Leary and Ralph Metzner and Artie Lang and these guys were all doing their human experiments for the CIA. So that was all done there, and that's the Mellon banking family. And the Mellon banking family were also involved in funding the creation of the CIA. Go ahead.
Okay. So can you flick back to my slide?
Yep, you're up. So don't look at the live screen. There's a delay.
Great. So here we have a meeting of tribes for a human being. In later posters, it was called a gathering of tribes for a human being. And here's a letter from Alan Cohen from the San Francisco Oracle to Art Kunkin of the LA Free Press. He says, the days of fear and separation are over. A gathering of the tribes for a human being will occur on Saturday, January 14th, 1967, at the Polo Field in Golden Gate Park. Now that a new race is evolving in the midst of the old, we can join together to affirm our unity and generate waves of joy and conscious penetration of the veil of ignorance and fear that hides the original face of humankind. Now, I mean, this is just waffle again. What does this really mean? But a new race is evolving in the midst of the old. This is in 1967, but this is the transhumanism. And what we're seeing today is the hippies of this generation, the Ray Kurzweils of today, building these artificial brains and environments and robots to be plugged into them and pay taxes and get driver's licenses. Anyway, they said to begin the new year and the new age, 20 to 50,000 members of the new nation inside the old are gathering for a peace dance and powwow. Leaders, gurus, poets, and musicians of the new race will celebrate with us. And then they listed Allen Ginsberg, Timothy Leary, Richard Alpert, Dick Gregory, Gary Snyder, Lawrence Ferlinghetti, Jerry Rubin, Mario Savio, and all San Francisco rock bands. Now, this phrase gets repeated quite a bit, all San Francisco rock bands, but yeah, that's bands that today are massively famous, such as the Grateful Dead and Jefferson Airplane, that were barely known there. Like he didn't even list them. And then they say, ultimately, the energy generated at gatherings like this could shift the balances enough to end the war in Vietnam and revitalize many dead hearts. So that's sort of hinting at what's really the vision behind this. This is can we take all of that energy being applied in protest towards the Vietnam War and either use the magical powers of LSD and flowers and love to enhance that energy so that war stops, or use the magical powers of the CIA and mind control to take all that protest energy and channel it in some direction away from violent confrontation in the streets, such as maybe moving out to communes and doing a bunch of mushrooms and LSD with like-minded people and never interacting too much with the rest of America. So here's a couple of this is basically the two official posters, and there are actually some fake posters of this event as well. And these two are interesting because they've been signed by all of those artists. So if you ever, Joe, you've mentioned a few times the possibility of doing some genetic profiling and matching on some of these people that we're tracking. Well, a signature is a forensic form of identity and it's unique. And there are people that professionally do handwriting and signature analysis. So I'll throw it out there. If any of those type of people with that skill set are watching, maybe there is a way simply from doing handwriting analysis on this combination of signatures, we can see are there family or other connections between these people. I just mentioned that in passing. And look, we've got the pyramid, we've got the third eye, but it's also the all-seeing eye. And at first I thought it was Allen Ginsberg in the dreadlocks there in the picture on the left, but it's not. And so here we have from the San Francisco Chronicle, and this was actually just published this week. Thanks very much to Carl and Matt and the audience who've really been helping me out a lot on the research for this episode. They've done some terrific work, and we'll be sharing a lot of their stuff today as well. But this was in this week's Chronicle in San Francisco, celebrating these 50 celebrations. There's so much news coming out of the whole hippie scene. So this is from 67. The Haight-Ashbury and Telegraph Avenue, that it would take a staff of reporters to keep up with it. So this is on January 13th, 1967. They haven't even had this human being event yet, but there's already like an enormous amount of news coming out of this scene. I mean, what type of news? It sounds like there's either a PR person or some form of propaganda team is down there disseminating this to the journalists. But anyway, it says the love generation is simply bursting with creativity. Tomorrow, beginning at 1 p.m. on the Polo Field in Golden Gate Park, there will be a gathering of the tribes for a human being. It marks the first conscious get-together of all the elements in the brave new world. Berkeley politicos who've been notorious for their squareness will join the Hashberry hippies, uninterested in politics, to make an affirmation for life. Now, Hashberry that was the name that Hunter S. Thompson gave to the Haight-Ashbury district. Then there'll be speakers such as Tim Leary, Dick Alpert, Mario Savio, Jerry Rubin, poets such as Lawrence Ferlinghetti, Allen Ginsberg, and Gary Snyder, comics such as Dick Gregory and Robert Baker, and a host of rock bands, including just about all the good ones on the scene, such as the Grateful Dead, the Loading Zone, the Jefferson Airplane, Sir Douglas Quintet, and Big Brother and the Holding Company. Big Brother's going to be there, people. The non-organisers invited the public to bring costumes, blankets, bells, flags, cymbals, drums, beads, feathers, and flowers. If you want to know what is really happening, you will not miss this. And if you want a glimpse of the future as it will be, dig it. So this is a glimpse of the future as it will be at this free hippie concert with Timothy Leary. And this is the place where he really became famous for saying, tune in, turn on, drop out. So this was the crowd that he wanted to deliver the big message to. They wanted to make sure that they had.
Isn't that significant, Steve, that they, and from, Wikipedia suggests that it was Marshall McLuhan that actually came up with that, and I've seen that mentioned elsewhere, but that they had that term ready to go for the human being before the launch of the Summer of Love, and Leary has gone to Congress to request LSD's outlaw in 1966.
Yeah, so at the same time he's meeting with Madison Avenue marketing specialists to name the drugs and come up with these schemes of how to get the youth involved in it, he's also going to Congress and saying we have to make sure this is illegal so that whatever we do, we don't get the youth involved in it.
Yeah, well, and what I want to do is I'll pull that up here, some of this text, because I think it's important that people understand that, Leary wasn't fighting LSD's outlaw. He actually went to Congress. So let me just pull that up on screen here so that people can see. And so this is my article, Spies in Academic Clothing. And if we just, we can type in Kennedy. And here we can see Leary's congressional testimony. Now, in all of the books that I've read on Leary's congressional testimony, this part was entirely omitted here. And what it says is, it's Senator Dodd, don't you think that drugs need to be put under control and restriction? Dr. Leary, pardon, sir? Senator Dodd, let me rephrase my question. Don't you feel that LSD should be put under some control or restriction as to its use? Dr. Leary, yes, sir. Senator Dodd, as to its sale, its possession, and its use? Dr. Leary, I definitely do. In the first place, I think that the 1965 Drug Control Act, which this committee, I understand, sponsored, is the high watermark in such legislation. And then skipping down, Dr. Leary, yes, sir, I agree completely with your bill. The 1965 Drug Control Act, I think, is, and then Senator Dodd, that the federal government and state government ought to control it. Dr. Leary, exactly. I'm in 100% agreement with the 1965 Drug Control Bill. Senator Kennedy of Massachusetts. So there shouldn't be, Dr. Leary, I wish the states, I might add, would follow the wisdom of this committee and the Senate and Congress of the United States and follow your lead with exactly that kind of legislation. Senator Kennedy, so there should not be indiscriminate distribution of this drug, should there? Dr. Leary, I never suggested that, sir. I have never encouraged anyone to take LSD. I have always deplored the indiscriminate or unprepared use. And so, I had to go to the Congressional Archives and pull this from the Narcotic Rehabilitation Act of 1966, hearings before a special subcommittee, 89th Congress, second session. Now, every single book out there, literally, and I checked every one I could find that mentions Leary and Ginsburg and Arthur Kleps and Walter Bort going to Congress, they omit that it was, Leary actually there to request LSD's outlaw, which then immediately followed in California just in time for the Summer of Love.
Yeah, thanks, Jan. And Leary seems to have been chosen by Aldous Huxley to be the ambassador for LSD in the United States and to go and engage the youth.
Oh, did the live feed go down?
Did we lose it? We should see timeline.
Shit, and I wasn't recording the whole time. Jesus Christ.
I think it's still up, Jan. I can see it on my monitor.
Okay, it is still up. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
No problem. So I just wanted to show a quick timeline here to sort of put what happened with the human being in the perspective of the history of LSD. We have Bicycle Day, which supposedly is the first time anybody deliberately chose to take a trip on LSD. Hoffman knew what he was going into when he took it and rode the bicycle. I don't know. But 1943, Then we have Wasson on the cover of Life magazine announcing magic mushrooms to the world in 1957, and that seems to be tied with the Beat generation, and also the Jack Kerouac on the road, but James Dean, Rebel Without a Cause. This was an early prototype of the social engineering and drugs being targeted towards the youth. And then we shoot forward to when Leary and Alpert were fired from Harvard. As we've shown from the MKULTRA reunion video, Leary took that to his friend Henry Luce and used that as the thing that catapulted him into stardom. And he was quite open about saying that was a marketing strategy for them.
And we should also, just to interject, we should also mention that Dr. Andrew Weil wrote up the entire thing in the Harvard Crimson, which it's allegedly claimed got Dick Alpert, Ramdas, and Leary fired from Harvard, when in fact, when you look at it, they were all working for the Harvard Social Relations Department. And this was the marketing strategy that they used. Harvard was trying to suppress the Leary Alpert drug spiritual message. And so this gave the CIA and the MKUltra agenda the advantage it needed, the psychological advantage it needed in the minds of the youth that, hey, they are trying to suppress this. So we need to get out there and follow Leary. It's like, these people that were arguing with us yesterday when we were doing the setup, Steve, they have the idea that because the drugs were made illegal, the government doesn't want you to do them, so therefore they're good. How about they were made illegal to encourage the rebellious behavior that the CIA and intelligence community wanted? You have to look at it at a deeper level than just at face value, and we can see this agenda shine through when we see Leary go to Congress, request its outlaw, it gets outlawed, then he goes around propagandizing for its legalization. It's like it's the same situation as Rick Doblin, for instance, of MAPS, going to Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, requesting MDMA or ecstasy get outlawed, and then founding MAPS to get it legalized again for medical use through his own organization.
And let me just chime in real quick on that point there. You've got Hank Harrison, Grateful Dead's first manager, also connected with Saul Alinsky, who went to being an anti-LSD activist, then back pro-LSD, and then in our Laying the Dead to Rest series, we have Jerry talking about neural implants, Google in the brain, going into total virtual reality. Oh, they're going to make this illegal. They're going to stop us doing this. We got to get this out before the man suppresses it. So that exact same model is used over and over again, in that you make something illegal, you promote it, and then you also promote this idea that by doing this, you're escaping the system. You're going against the system because it's illegal. So, so that, like I said, in the virtual reality, the singularity, acting like this is something, the man will suppress this because we'll have much freedom when we have nanotechnology, neural implants, we have Google in our brain. The man doesn't want that to happen. So I just want to say that this is an ongoing template, that keeps.
And the public takes it at face value, and that's part of the trick or the gag. So in other words, don't take these things at face value just because you see the government outline the drugs. If you go in and you look at the bill and how they did it, it shows a completely different story of why it was done. And then we can see the Crimson article by Dr. Andrew Weil and, Tim Leary and Ramdas's firing, all having a totally other purpose that was quite intentional to do exactly what it did, promote the drugs to the youth.
Okay, I'm seeing on the stream just Hans's face full.
Yeah, it'll pop back up here in just a second.
Do we get it back to my presentation?
Yeah.
So I want to keep going through this, and then I'll hand it back over to you guys to cover whatever ground you want to go through. But in terms of the LSD,
hold on a second. Where did yours go now? Just is yours still up?
Mine's up on my screen. Do you want me to stop share and share it again?
Here, I got it.
I see you. I see yours. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Just getting the hang of this thing here. You got it, Steve. Go ahead.
Okay, so LSD was made illegal in California in October 1966. It wasn't made illegal federally until 1968. But the acid tests themselves, the first one was right at the end of 1965. And the acid test graduation was shortly after LSD was made illegal, Halloween of 1966. So yeah, the acid came basically out of nowhere, out of people that were in elite Defense Department and intelligence agency research projects. They were getting the LSD, and top actors, people like Cary Grant, were getting it, Jack Nicholson. But other than that, it was very selective. And then suddenly it started to trickle out through Bear Owsley and the Grateful Dead. And the acid tests were, what's going to happen if we get 500 kids in a room on this shit? Is everybody going to go nuts? Are the police going to have to be called? What sort of, is some new form of innovation going to arise from it? So they were saying, can they do it, get away with it, monetize it? And they proved that they could do all of those things. Bill Graham, the promoter, we're going to talk about him a bit today, but his first show at the Fillmore, which was with Jefferson Airplane, Great Society, Mystery Trend, and the Warlocks. They weren't even known really as the Dead then, was the 10th of December, 1965. Although technically the first Grateful Dead show is the 4th of December, 1965, and the Warlocks was May 1965. So the Grateful Dead, by the time of the Human Being, Grateful Dead's really only been performing for about a year and a half around the Bay Area, and pretty much really just at these acid tests. But there was a shift going on to promote these bands in larger and larger venues, and Bill Graham was kind of the key to that. This is some of the press from Los Angeles about the Human Being, and I'll share the slide presentation later for people that want to read. But they had a simultaneous be-in LA in Griffith Park that was attended by about 600 people, which I hadn't heard about that before. So the idea was to have these be-ins all over the place and sync them up. And here we go. Welcome, said a calm voice from the platform. Welcome to the first manifestation of the brave new world. So this is being delivered to all the people coming to this first event. This is your future. This is a brave new world. Could this trip and a kind of collective sigh came from his audience at this. Welcome to the first manifestation of the brave new world. Yeah, they want it. They want it. Could this be true? Could it really be true? Here we were, 20,000 blown minds together, deadheads, gathered for nothing more than love and joy, to celebrate our oneness in a lovely park on a sunny day, along with the people who looked like us, who thought like us, who shared our hopes and our idols, whose one wish was to be left alone to dig life. I mean, it just sounds so beautiful, right? And so how could anybody be against that? But I think part of the legacy of the last 50 years, as we've all experienced, is, people commit suicide or they get depressed, and we have 1 in 10 Americans on some form of medical antidepressants. So this age of love and this great utopia doesn't appear to have been created. And meanwhile, a lot of people were chasing the dream, that navel gazing, as Jan says, in the prime of their life, when they should have been starting families and starting to build their wealth up. Instead, they were out here following these bands all over the country and doing LSD every weekend. So yeah, there's a few photos of the crowd and these hippies. Let me go to what I'd like to do now is play an interview. Let's see if this works and you get the audio. And then I'd like to play some slides and video in the background while the audio is going. So I don't know if that's going to work, but you guys let me know if you can hear it.
With an AMP membership, get free standard shipping on all.
At least get some revenue from that, you know, and revenue.
Is that coming through?
Oh, yes, very much so. Boy, there was so much talent around then. Folks didn't know all of it, but they now. An event former, an event person, and probably the biggest one in the United States of America and the world, Bill Graham, who's been around most of the events that took place for any reason, especially charity things. Hi, Bill Graham. Hi, Scott. Nice to talk to you. Well, we were going to do a little history, and I figured you were there in, was it 1967, the Summer of Love, for the Be In San Francisco's Golden Gate Park?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Boy, there was so much talent around then. Folks didn't know all of it, but they sure found out because it's history now. And I thought maybe you'd be a great guy for us to talk about that event so that people outside of San Francisco and even some of the young folks didn't really realize what happened there in that time.
We'd have to start off with the realization that there were no rule books. Now we're all considered highly professional in the world of music and how to stage these events. But in the mid-'60s, it was all still relatively new, and San Francisco was the burgeoning ground for a lot of the music. And also that so many young people just came to San Francisco from other parts of the United States. And this particular event was somewhat a crowning achievement for the trust that was put into these people by the authorities here, that the event was allowed to take place, that we were able to get a permit to stage the event, and especially since it was free. It's a very dangerous word when you invite thousands of people free to a concert. That means you're inviting everybody. And the fact that it came off the way it did, and people cleaned up after themselves and welcomed one another, and, it was a wonderful expression of what good times should be all about.
I guess that's where that Summer of Love and the thing about love and peace and all that was it was born right there in that sort of atmosphere.
Well, we certainly didn't invent public assemblage and holding public dances and huge outdoor musical events. They've been going on through time. But in light of when it happened and where it happened here in San Francisco, it was an extraordinary event because it was as if thousands of people were involved in a play that had been rehearsed many, many times, and there was no rehearsal. People were invited. There were some very simple rules, treat others the way you would treat yourself, and respect others with the respect that you would have for yourself. And that was really the extraordinary part, the fact that the police authorities, the highway authorities, everybody pitched in. We had many meetings on the logistical aspects of the get-together, and it worked. There was I remember in the middle of the afternoon, Wavy Gravy was on the stage, and Allen Ginsberg was there, and poetry reading and jazz, and John Handy with his jazz group was there, and Janice. And in the middle of the afternoon, a parachutist came down over the park, just throwing flowers at random, and landed and just casually said hello, because we didn't know what in God's name he was up to. It was just an amateur paratrooper who decided to come in and join the party. But the way it happened, you'd think it was part of a planned play, and it wasn't.
Bill, how many people do you think were there? What were the crowd estimates?
Our rough guess was somewhere between 125 and 150.
Isn't that incredible? Yeah. And everything.
So he's the promoter, and he's saying 120, 150,000 people were there. Other estimates show more like maybe 15 to 20,000 people realistically. And one thing that is interesting to me is that when you look at some of the other footage of the crowd, and towards the end of the show, after you guys have all had more of a chance to talk, I'll probably just play some more clips from it. But there really weren't that many people dressed as hippies. There really weren't that many with flowers in their hair. It was sort of more these guys running around and acting like fools and trying to draw attention to themselves, and a bunch of quite regular 1950s style dressed people. So this whole look and image of the hippie movement came with them. That's Gary Snyder there with Ginsberg.
You know, I just throw this out real quick. Bill Graham's birth name, Wolfgang Woldoya Granjnoka. So
yeah, I'll come to him in a second.
Okay, just said it's thrown out.
So yeah, I mean, you can see there's a couple of long hairs doing some kind of crazy stuff, but pretty much everyone else is just like dressed normally, like looking at them like, what is this? You know, what is this? What's this Timothy Leary going on about? And then we have the Hells Angels are there, and the Hells Angels are on board to provide security. So they would go on in the Summer of Love. The Grateful Dead rent a mansion, the Grateful Dead house, and then the Hells Angels rent a house across the road from them. But they were here, and apparently the only real security thing they had to deal with is people just kept coming to them with lost children and giving it to them. So, I mean, what would you guys do if you found an unaccompanied child at an event in the park? Would you give it to the nearest biker? I don't know what people were thinking, but you know, perhaps the name Hell's Angels was appealing. This question from Alan Cohen, the organizer. Why did so many people take this dangerous voyage? And what have been its effects? To understand this, we have to reconsider the Haight-Ashbury, the hippies, and the Summer of Love. The predominant feeling among the hippies from about 1965 through the summer of 67 was that they were agents and witnesses of a dawning of a new age. So they were agents. That was what they all felt. An age in which the warrior spirit that had vaulted Western man to the domination and potential destruction of creation would be dissolved in the spiritual transcendence of the saint. And their heroes were Gandhi and Martin Luther King. They studied with Buddhists and Indian gurus, native shamans, witches, and yogis. Like basically anything that could be against Judeo-Christian religion, against the church, and against the family unit. These people were embracing it and promoting it. And, you know, picking what they wanted from here and there. But, you know, there was a plan behind this, which Marilyn Ferguson wrote a book called The Aquarian Conspiracy. This was called The Age of Aquarius. And the idea was that taking advantage of the demographic of the baby boom, they would have a large amount of young people that would grow up and take over positions of power in the bureaucracy and in the judiciary. And these people would have the values of the 60s, of this new type of person interested in spiritual transcendence and the self. And the values of the self, and in particular the value of self is God, are the values of Satanism, as we've been exposing in the Shadow History series. But the Marilyn Ferguson, who wrote The Aquarian Conspiracy, she was the assistant to Willis Harman on his Changing Images of Man project, which was really a project to do the exact same thing as the Aquarian Conspiracy. But, you know, if you read Markley and Harman's book, it's more the blueprints from the social engineering point of view of how they're going to do it, with input from Margaret Mead, Gregory Bateson, Stuart Brand, the Stanford Artificial Intelligence Lab, and who knows what kind of thinking's gone into this. But they needed to create a new type of person. That was the hippie, and the human being was, hey, everyone come together and we're going to show you the prototypes of who you should be. It's Ginsberg and Leary.
Absolutely, and we shouldn't forget to mention Joseph Campbell actually spearheaded that project, and you know, his hero's journey thing is used to market the entire thing, especially as we've shown at Burning Man now.
Yeah, definitely, and the ties to Esalen as well. So this is a map of the San Francisco Peninsula, and San Francisco is laid out at a 7x7 square mile grid. It's got a real grid-like crisscrossing pattern to its streets, similar to Los Angeles or to Manhattan. And there are some massive parklands in the middle of the city, and that's because a quarter of the peninsula used to be military land in the Presidio base, and the Presidio is visible in the middle of the screen there. You know, that's where Burning Man started, Baker Beach next to the Presidio. The Church of Satan also started next to the Presidio in 1966, and it had many, many military, especially military intelligence members. One of them, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, he broke away from the Church of Satan to start his own satanic or Setianic cult called the Temple of Set in 1975. But the Church of Satan kept going, and it still kept many people from the Presidio there. the human being in 1967 in Golden Gate Park was in the polo fields, which it was actually a velodrome created for cycling. It was probably used for cycling a lot more than it was used for actual polo. But it's a gigantic park. It's a pretty large area. They have today a festival called Outside Lands every year, which is in the same location. And it's connected to a smaller strip of land that's known as the Panhandle. And just to the south of the Panhandle is the Haight-Ashbury district, or Hashbury, which is between the University of San Francisco and the University of California, San Francisco. So the two biggest colleges in the city, they put this thing there. And this is where they wanted to have the gathering of the tribes really being Berkeley and Stanford. And over in Berkeley is the New Left, which is becoming increasingly radicalized. You mentioned Saul Alinsky. You've got the Black Panthers coming out of there as well. And then over on the Stanford side, you've got the Stewart Brand Group and the New Communalists. And, don't take drugs, man. Get computers. They're better than drugs. Or if you're going to take drugs, do it to expand your mind and improve your engineering capabilities. I want to zoom in on just a couple of these areas in addition to talking about the human being in Golden Gate Park. So we have a large street connecting all of it called Masonic Avenue, and there's actually quite a lot of Masonic buildings and areas in San Francisco, many of them connected into this story. And in particular, if you look at the streets of San Francisco and look at the grid, almost all the streets are straight except for one area where it actually forms a pitchfork. And this area where there is a satanic-looking pitchfork in San Francisco is also where all of the temples are. So St. Mary's Cathedral is there in the Catholic Archdiocese, right at the tip of the pitchfork. There's also the Temple Beautiful, which used to be a synagogue, the Albert Pike Memorial Masonic Center, and the Fillmore. So the great venue where all of this stuff of the Summer of Love took place and where all of these bands were launched to superstardom is on the exact same site as the Albert Pike Masonic Center and also a synagogue. And this happens to be where the only pitchfork in the San Francisco street map is embedded. And just in a curious quirk of fate or numbers or whatever, the street that it's on is called Geary Boulevard. And there's a large street that crosses San Francisco called Van Ness. And on the other side of the Van Ness cross street, Geary Boulevard becomes Geary Street. So the Fillmore address is 1805 Geary, but Geary Boulevard. But the address of 1805 Geary Street is where the numbers change from boulevard to street, and it crosses the Van Ness. So there seems to be some sort of very occult connection there. Now, this is also the area where there's Japantown, and there's a thing that I call it the big antenna. It's actually called the Peace Center. But that is right on this pitchfork as well, and so is the Chinese consulate. And this area of San Francisco, the Western Addition, after the earthquake in 1906, they allowed building to happen in this area. And this became the center of the Jewish community in San Francisco. But the Japanese also moved into here as well. And the Japanese, when they first arrived in San Francisco in 1860, they lumped them all in together with the Chinese, saying all Asians are the same, and ignoring centuries of history between those nations. So they wanted their own space. So the Japanese and the Jewish community settled themselves up in this, what's known as the Fillmore district. And then around the time of the human being, there was also quite a large and vibrant African-American community in this area. And the Fillmore Dance Hall was owned by an African-American gentleman called Charles Sullivan. And he was hosting gigs there like Ike and Tina Turner or Otis Redding. And if you read Bill Graham's autobiography, he raves about Otis Redding. He says Otis Redding is just absolutely the best musician he'd ever booked. And it was the one act out of anything he had that when he booked Otis, all of the musicians would turn up at his venue to see Otis Redding play. But what happened is Charles Sullivan gave Bill Graham permission to use his permit for his dance hall at the Fillmore to put on events. And Bill Graham started putting these events on. Charles Sullivan was either murdered or committed suicide. He was found dead in a gutter with a gun nearby. And the police couldn't figure out if it was suicide or murder, so they just, decided not to pursue the case, I guess. And then suddenly, all of these African American acts that were, drawing people in from all around the Bay Area, they became the opening acts for the formerly unknown bands like the Grateful Dead and Jefferson Airplane. And Otis Redding, despite the musical talent, he was dropped in prestige and position. So anyway, I think it's very interesting. We'll maybe talk a little bit more about the Fillmore, but this thing is connected to this occult trident. Moving in now to the Haight-Ashbury district, and we find such an incredible concentration of bands around this one area. So we have the Grateful Dead at 710 Ashbury Street, and across the road at 715 we have the Hells Angels. You have Janis Joplin is in Ashbury Street, Jimi Hendrix, Rudolph Nureyev and Margot Fontaine. They were the victims of a big anti-marijuana bust. Charles Manson had a couple of houses within 2 to 3 blocks radius of this. Big Brother and the Holding Company had a house there. Jefferson Airplane had a house called the Mansion. There's also another house known as the Westerfield House where Kenneth Anger stayed, and that actually appears in Invocation of My Demon Brother. And then for some reason, this didn't show up on my Google Earth, but where it says the fish tank of Country Joe and the Fish, basically right across the road from that is when Patty Hearst was kidnapped, she was actually held prisoner by the Symbian Liberation Army, and they kept her in the Haight-Ashbury, right? They didn't whisk her away to Algeria or anything crazy like that. They took her down to the middle of the action with all the heads and everything, this wealthy Hearst heiress. So I wonder what was really going on there. But this incredible concentration of the bands and the drugs and the scene, and we're also told that it was crawling with FBI and CIA personnel, really does remind me of Laurel Canyon and Dave McGowan's work around that, where we find the same thing, that suddenly out of nowhere and around about the same time, all of these bands just suddenly show up in this area, and it just so happens that at least half of them have parents in the military or were in the military themselves. So this is just some of the houses. This is where Jefferson Airplane was staying on the left, the White House, and the Kenneth Anger and many others stayed in this mansion as well. The Jimi Hendrix house has a big picture of Hendrix painted on the side of it, so you know that he was there. And it must have been a hell of a time with all these musicians around. Why did it only go for one summer? So here's some discussion about, was it just Manson? He had his whole Manson family down here. Manson went to Esalen for 3 days before the Manson murders kicked off. No one really knows what he was up to there, but he seemed to come to the Bay Area quite frequently to get instructions. And this is a photo of the Grateful Dead house. There's Pigpen, I believe, holding a rifle, and supposedly Rock Scully is holding a gun, but I don't know if I can see a second in this photo. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, the Grateful Dead are just there posing for photos with guns in the middle of all this, with houses full of drugs, presumably. And yeah, they did get busted. There was a big famous bust of the Grateful Dead in October 1967, around about the time of the death of the hippie parade. So the Haights' popularity grew just as the Beat generation in San Francisco was dying out. So they really needed something that was going to be more mainstream and appealing than Ginsberg and Burroughs to the new generation of students. In the audience were people, future CEOs of companies such as Pepsi, The Gap, Smith Hawken, Lotus, Rolling Stone magazine. Over 100,000 youth came to the Haight. Hordes of reporters, movie makers, FBI agents, undercover police, drug addicts, provocateurs, mafioso, and about 100,000 more tourists to watch them all followed in their wake. And yeah, they were having bus tours through this area to come and see the hippies. So the hippies began their summer of love. This was announced on the front page of the San Francisco Chronicle when they did it. At the same time, they're also announcing the plan for a United Nations Army and a United Nations Peace Force. The United Nations being a project hatched from Bohemian Grove. So this is really getting to me, I think, at the essence of, at the time, no one probably would have connected these two things together. But looking back with hindsight, how are they going to get the United Nations Army and their globalism plans implemented well, they need to sell this idea of a peace force, rather than a war force. And let's transcend the paradigm of the Vietnam War to everybody coming together as one in unity. These hippies are there pointing to the sun, worshipping the sun god. There's incense bells and smoke bombs. And there's about 1,000 hippies there. So it seems to me that until Bill Graham got involved promoting the bands, this really wasn't a very big thing. And the bands is the thing that took the hippies to the next level. So I want to play a clip now of just before the Human Being. They had another festival that's called the Whatever It Is Festival. I'll mute my audio in case it plays a commercial again. And this is from about 3 minutes. Here we go.
And this is just one of them. But we feel quite strongly that education has got to look at what's happening in the culture today. And if we're going to confront the issues that are of some real concern to young people, we've got to begin looking at what they're doing and then analyzing it and examining it. And so Experimental College has been involved in educational issues primarily, but we're going to move into looking at what's happening culturally too.
And this weekend is going to be strictly cultural.
Yeah, pretty much. There's going to be a whole range of different events happening, and anyone that's interested out in the community and finding out what's happening with young people can find pretty much everything that's going on in one place or another on the campus this weekend.
So in that respect, you also consider it to be educational as well?
I think that's quite right, both educational in the sense that young people are getting to look at one another and what they're doing, and also...
They don't look at one another when they're dancing.
Well, I don't know. A lot of them do. But in addition to that, it's often the case that the society reacts to what young people are doing without really getting involved in it and seeing what it is. And if they react hostilely, that often evokes a hostile reaction from the young people too. And what we're trying to do is set up a situation where both kinds of groups can look at one another and come to perhaps appreciate what's happening more. So it's kind of a new endeavor for the Experimental College, but we hope it'll be quite successful.
So they're doing experiments on young people looking at each other? Like, who's doing these experiments? And we got a very famous guy coming up in just a second now. The band is called Demon Lover. They look pretty clean cut, but they're called Demon Lover.
This is the man doing the balloon dance, Stuart Brand. Hi. Stuart, I hate to interrupt. Don't let me interrupt. Go ahead and dance.
Stuart Brand, there we go.
What are sensory awareness exercises?
This is the thing Bernie Gunther's doing with the Esalen Institute at the Hot Springs. Something we're trying for the first time this weekend is him doing these for a large group of people. It's him leading them and getting aware of their own bodies, their own senses, their breathing, where they're at, who they're with. They may be down on the floor, crawling around with their eyes closed, just meeting other people, things like this.
Yeah, I can't miss that.
So
they're just getting to know their bodies while they're wiggling around on the floor high on drugs, man. It's amazing the spin they use to sell this stuff.
Yeah, and just to, not to interrupt you, but you notice how they have the bare-chested men walking by? So the way this thing almost looks like every shot is set up. Then you have those four guys standing there that look much more like military intelligence guys than hippie people, right? And so all these shots, and then look how much screen time is given to this non-entity festival, right? So, I mean, I think right there, just right there, you talk about a smoking gun for people that are saying that we're out to lunch. I think just analyzing that video is a huge wealth of information.
Yeah, and Stuart Brand, let me just leap ahead to I've got a slide of him somewhere here that I've just pulled from my Burning Man presentation. But he was the Army's most senior photographer. He was a parachutist, special forces, a Stanford anthropology and biology degree. And, he's kind of behind everything that's happened in the last 50 years of the tech industry. You find him there. Steve Jobs said that his whole Earth catalog was Google 36 years before Google. Douglas Engelbart of the Stanford Research Institute and Alan Kay of Xerox PARC, these are the people that came up with the design of the first browser and the desktop publishing model. They said that they modeled everything on Stuart Brand and his whole Earth catalog. So, yeah, he's come out of his tour or his stint in the military. He's been in Fort Dix as a lieutenant, training people in New Jersey. He comes back to Stanford and he's immediately given tour of the Stanford Artificial Intelligence Lab, which would be pretty much one of the most secure computing facilities on the whole planet, probably still is today. But imagine in 1962 how advanced this type of thing was. And Stuart Brand is basically got carte blanche to come in and out of this. And what's he doing? He's there trying to organize these festivals in this crazy jumpsuit with a top hat on. And you could see from the crowd that there was almost nobody at this festival. So it seems to me that they've come up with this social engineering plan, probably in Stanford's Center for Advanced Studies in the Behavioral Sciences, which is one of the institutes of advanced study that was set up after the original Princeton one. And the plan is, hey, we're going to have festivals. We need to get the kids together. We'll call it educational and make it free. And we'll dose them with LSD and we'll see which ones can we then co-opt into human intelligence operations. And Stuart, go do it. And so he's done it and got all the ingredients together. And you see this a lot in the tech world, that if you just get the engineers to do something, all the elements are there, but it doesn't work. You need marketing and promotion for it to work and for it to gel and come together. And so in the space of 3 months, they went from a few people in the panhandle. Like I would estimate 100 to 200 people at that festival. Other estimates say 3,000. There's no way there's 3,000 at that. But and it's going to give them the benefit of the doubt. That's true. They went from 3,000 to 20 to 30,000 in 2 to 3 months. Now, that wasn't the Grateful Dead because people hadn't heard of that. It wasn't even the Owsley Acid because I don't know if people heard of that. But I think you could definitely point at Bill Graham as the missing ingredient, and they were clever enough to get that guy. So maybe I'll just jump back to my Bill Graham slide now. And then I'm going to pass the baton to you guys rather than finishing my whole presentation. I'll take a break and let somebody else talk for a while. But so Bill Graham, Wolf Lloyda Grajonka was his real name. And he really he wasn't just a big promoter in San Francisco. I think really the entire modern stadium festival rock scene owes an enormous debt to this guy. And I've been watching some video of him. Later in the show, I might play some clips of him as well. And really fascinating character. But he was one of the Jewish children that had to be relocated during World War II. They were known as the 1,000 Children, even though there were 1,400 of them. Or they were also known as the Kindertransporter. And so these kids, when they were relocated around the time of the war, they were interviewed and they were profiled and they weren't treated like your average refugee would be coming into America from a war zone today. And certain of them that showed particular aptitude were sent to Fort Ritchie military intelligence. And they were trained as what was known as Ritchie boys. And they were sent back into Germany, back behind the front lines of the war into enemy territory as spies, teenage spies being employed by military intelligence. And recruited out of these 1,000 children that Bill Graham came from. Now, another amazing coincidence in this is that one of the other Kindertransporter was Alfred Bader. And Alfred Bader is a massive art collector, but he was the founder of Aldrich Chemicals. And Aldrich Chemicals supplied the precursor chemicals to Sasha Shulgin with the full knowledge and complicity of the DEA. So the precursor chemicals for the psychedelic drugs are coming from this guy that came across with these 1,000 kids. and the main promoter of the bands of the psychedelic drugs is also coming across from these 1,000 kids, and other members of the 1,000 kids are recruited to military intelligence. Like, I don't know, coincidence meter, ding, ding, ding on that one, right? And in another coincidence, the school that Bill Graham goes to in New York is the same school that Bernays went to, DeWitt Clinton High School. Talk about a couple of interesting alumni. And so this is just proof of what I'm talking about. This is from the DEA file on Sasha Shulgin. You'll note that there's 2 Natus numbers there, which is a DEA file number. Shulgin himself had 2 Natus numbers, but there's one for Aldrich, one for Shulgin. They're both licensed by the DEA, and this report says that they're supplying his precursor chemicals. So just to touch on Shulgin recently, I don't know if he was at the Human Being, but he went to Bohemian Grove, and then he was recruited to go to the Lockheed NASA Ames JPL complex, and they said, we will give you access to all of the military's research on psychoactive substances. The keys to the kingdom, the treasure chest is yours. And at first he was very tempted by that, but then he realized that all of his own research and publications would then be owned by the military and couldn't see the light of day. So he told them to go stuff it and lost his job and basically became a researcher. But he was involved in the Army Chemical Warfare Center at the Edgewood Arsenal, and very probably trained Bear Owsley, Tim Scully, Nick Sand, and William Leonard Picard, who made more acid than any of them put together, who's currently doing 2 life sentences for LSD manufacture. So, look, I might take a break on this poster, and then I can come back later and we can sort of go specifically through who each one of these people were, and then I've got some clips on Leary and on Alpert. But this official poster, the Gathering of the Tribes, you can see it's red, white, and blue. They couldn't do full color printing in those days like we're used to today, but still to have a multicolor printing like this was a bit of an investment that they were making. It's called Pow Wow, a gathering of the tribes for a human being, and you've got this crusty, almost Neanderthal-looking guy sitting on it's probably not even a horse, more of a donkey. He's got his guitar. He's holding a blanket. I don't know if there's smallpox on that blanket. And above him is a talon holding 2 white lightning bolts. And Bear Owsley is there manufacturing LSD called White Lightning. So if you know that, then you can clearly see that those 2 lightning bolts are a code that the LSD is going to be at this event. And I'll run through the list of names and then we'll pause. So Timothy Leary, Richard Alpert, Dick Gregory, Lenore Candell, Jerry Rubin, all San Francisco rock bands, Allen Ginsberg, Lawrence Ferlinghetti, Gary Snyder, Michael McClure, Robert Baker, Buddha. Saturday, Jan 14th, free, 1 to 5 p.m., Polo Grounds, Golden Gate Park. So you really have no hint from looking at that poster that what you were going to be told is how to become agents of this new age of change that was coming in or anything like that. But the other thing they were trying to do is that when they say Buddha there, they don't just mean any old Buddha. There's a specific Buddha known as Maitreya, which is the future Buddha. And the chanting and ceremonies that Ginsberg and others were doing at this event were designed to bring Maitreya, the future Buddha, present, and also for this new species, the transhuman species of man, to be reborn in the youth that were present and then go to war against people over the age of 40. And the tune in, turn on, drop out that Larry so famously said here. He actually released it as an album, as a limited edition record, his very first record, that was circulated for a few months before The Human Being. And we'll play a little bit of that later as well. So, Jan or Joe, do you want to chime in and add any comments to that before I hand it over to Hans for the next segment?
Yeah, I think we should definitely let Joe jump in here.
Wow. Well, I think that I was particularly impressed with the clip of Brand. That's very, very interesting because, as you said, Steve, it is kind of like a smoking gun. Or maybe Hans actually made that comment. But it is just absolutely clear that it's a staged event, and the only reason it could be staged would be for the purpose of culture creation. And so, you know, that event was part of the technique that an organization that had a number of different components to it had agreed to in terms of taking.
Oh, did we lose Joe? You guys still with me?
And about the organization, specifically about what can be known about it, and trying to trace at least a clear strand of it as it comes through history.
Jan, any thoughts?
That's odd. I thought for sure Jan would have thoughts there.
Okay, what I might do just quickly, because Hans is still out of the room, is let me play the clip of the Leary speech.
Sure. And trying to trace at least a clear.
Shoot, I had my mic muted. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's what happened there. Anyway, Steve, go ahead. I was watching 3 monitors and dealing with a crash we just had, but everything's working again.
Okay, I just want to take the screen to play the Leary clip. So, am I sharing my screen now?
Yeah, it's coming up. There you go.
Turn on, tune in, and drop out.
He's doing the hand gestures as well.
Now, people need to keep in mind that this is a Harvard social relations professor, and this slogan was engineered by him and Marshall
Drop out of
McLuhan.
college. Drop out of graduate school.
Timothy Leary actually wrote the
Drop
entrance
out of,
exams for the CIA.
Junior executive. Drop out of senior executive. Turn on, tune in, drop out.
You know, Steve, that was my first clip in my presentation.
Okay.
Transition.
Well, I'll finish it off. It's worth playing the whole clip, and then that's obviously a great segue then. But I just wanted to point out that when he gets off the stage there is almost no applause. Like, even from the minions that are surrounding him, the Ginsbergs and the fawning hangers-on, they're not really applauding. It's just like a bunch of nervous laughter. And they're like, who is this guy? As Jan's pointing out, this is a Harvard social relations professor, and he's saying drop out of junior executive and senior executive. For what purpose? And as we see later, and we could maybe play these clips later, but, you know, he says their goal was to create a pleasure-based society. That's why he wants you to drop out, for hedonism. But go ahead.
You go ahead. I'm just switching screens so they can see you while you're talking.
Okay, well, I'll just let me just finish this clip. There's
right.
about a minute and a half left to go, then I'll pass to Hans.
So that to me is that it was a demonstration on the part of the baby boom generation of their numbers, of their strength, of their clout, of their power, which is just straight quantity numbers. There were 76 million Americans born between the years 46 and 64. They were trained by Dr. Spock to be demand-fed. They were the first consumer species. They were the first electronic species. But the very fact that you were an American and young meant that you deserved the world. And I don't apologize for being kind of goofy, because at the same time, we had Johnson running the country, sending 500,000 troops to Vietnam. We stopped that. And we had J. Edgar Hoover, total madman, running our secret police. So we did great, but I don't want to be held responsible for the day-to-day quotes, because literally we were out there in the front lines just making it up as we went along. And I give us this credit. We were willing to take risks. We were willing to be holy fools. We were willing to make asses of ourselves. But let's not hang these portraits of ourselves, making fools of ourselves, on the walls of the Smithsonian Institute.
Okay. Over to you, Hans.
All right. I guess great minds think alike. So, yeah, this is a lot of fun to do this, and it shows the power of synergy in a certain way, coming together with some different perspectives, and just to make the important statement that a lot of what these endeavors do is pollute specific avenues of resistance. For example, the decentralized networks and the Aquarian conspiracy can actually be used to resist that, right? So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here, and we'll get started on this.
Are you guys getting feedback from me at all? Does it sound all right?
Your mic is maybe a little hot, Jan, but it sounds crystal clear.
How's that now?
That's better.
All right.
Yeah, perfect.
There's no feedback though, right?
I'm going to just start out with this little clip, I think from the same presentation, a little bit about music and the power of psychedelic music. So,
New Geology, written by Chester Anderson, is an ode to acid rock. The illustration is by Steve Schaefer.
Is that Peter Coyote talking?
Rock is head music, psychedelic music. Rock shares most of its formal structural principles with Baroque music. Rock is evolving homogestalt configurations, the groups themselves living together, super families, pre-initiate tribal groups. Rock is regenerative and revolutionary art, not degenerative or decadent. Rock principles are not limited to music. Rock is an intensely synthesizing music able to absorb all of society into itself. Rock has reinstated the ancient truth that art is fun. Rock is a way of life, international and universal. Not even the deaf are completely immune. In the land of the dark, the ship of the sun is driven by the Grateful Dead.
Robert Williams says it. Remember the 62.
Okay, so now let me go ahead and get started. But again, the nice thing to note is that a lot of these, just a second, let me get the sharing going here. Oh my gosh. Okay, get the PowerPoint up just a moment. Nice thing to note is that they, in a certain way, they offer exactly what they're doing, right? In this case, they're describing rock is a gestalt. It is an entire organism that incorporates society into itself. But let me just go ahead and I'll give some different sort of ways of looking at this that will, I think everything we're saying is going to kind of create a much greater synthesis in the minds of the listeners. So we just went through that. So the human being really was the national rollout of the psychedelic era, right? And it's distinct from other types of musical movements in that the value system is made explicit rather than implicit. That is, if you look at, you could say 1950s rock was about rebellion, but that was, they did not have a fully encoded belief system or value system. An example is a big band era. That's where you have all these big bands, driving across the country. You have this functioning as a means of social cohesion. You have the bands working together in a collective spirit, et cetera, et cetera. But the music and the dancing and the organization of the dancing was not explicit per se in terms of the cultural value system that it represented. But in fact, it was an organic expression that helped reinforce that. And that's something that should be seen in music with at least the anthropological understanding of music, is that music fosters cultural beliefs, can, to a certain degree, can transform them, but usually these beliefs are not right out in your face, right? But with the hippie movement, the human being really brought together as much as the lifestyle and the religious manifestations, et cetera, even more so than the music, right? So really it was a interlinking of these things. And so that's what's a bit suspicious when you look at the psychedelic rollout, was that you have this entirely constructed new world, new way of looking at the world, new way of behaving in the world, etc. And it's all rolled into one and all rolled out at once, which is quite interesting. And just an example, you go from the big band era or even 1950s pop music, jazz music, etc. Great reduction in harmonic complexity. All right, so the harmonic development, which developed in Western music, going from the early, Gregorian chant all the way up to, very complex, Russian music, etc., orchestral music. You have a greater simplification of music. So they're taking the generation and using primarily the 3 or 4 chord folk-derived blues rock riffs. That's pretty much what formed the basis of the psychedelic music, of course, and they act like, oh, we added so much to it, but we'll get into the other elements that are agglomerated onto that. But again, the psychedelic rock era, the entire philosophy was encoded in the music. So just as another counterexample, you have folk music and they may be singing songs about this or that, but they're not necessarily directly talking about the whole value system and their philosophical basis while they're making the music, right? The music, again, is more of an outgrowth of a lived-in, inhabited cultural space. In this case, we have a new cultural space that's being created. The question is, where did that come from? The number of antecedents, I apologize for any misspellings, but we have Dionysian rituals, which of course was invoked. We have lots of many, many different cults, which I won't get into detail, but you have a lot of these groups, occult groups that are having these types of ritual ceremonies where, all the inhibitions are released, where, there's group sex, human sacrifice, et cetera, et cetera. And like I said, I could spend hours on this. You have the Sabbateans, certain groups of the Gnostics, not Gnostic media, of course, that also had types of rituals like this. You have Rabelais talking about the festival as an inversion of cultural values, right? And Rabelais, you have a direct connection to OTO, Thelema, do what thou wilt, which is inscribed outside. And then you have your temporary autonomous zone. So all of these things, which had been studied in pretty good detail, and these not only being studied, but now they're being rolled out into a mass cultural phenomena. And as much as I like Peter Lamborn Wilson, you have to say the temporary autonomous zone. Note that it's temporary. And just as one important point or an aside is that when you have a ritual process, you have the separation from society, you have the initiation, then you have the return to society. What happens with these types of festivals is that you have a separation and initiation, you never have a return. You never have this reintegration phase, right? So you take your LSD experience, you have an experience of the living God, I become God, but you're never reintegrated into society. You're constantly displaced. So you keep seeking this ritual space or this ecstatic Dionysian state to get that buzz again. But in fact, traditionally, and the function of ritual is there's always a return or a reintegration of society. Even if you have a type of a festival, you have, whether it's, all these melas and fairs and all this other stuff, there's always a reintegration back into the society, right? And Victor Turner, the anthropologist, described this as structure and anti-structure. So the elements of anti-structure can be used to solidify the social order, not destroy it. But when you have these ritual processes, these ecstatic states, and in fact, what you're doing is fracturing society. So where does this come from? Okay. So we look at music and social cohesion. And so 1967 onward, we have the elevation of rock music, which again was basically bastardized blues and R&B and stuff like that, now being elevated into art. It's now becoming the music of a high culture, right? This is the new high culture. We have countless examples of that. But for example, Sgt. Pepper's was considered as art rock, art music. Suddenly, it wasn't just music made by kids. This was art in the meaning of art as the highest expression of human culture. So then and some antecedents, we have Cantometrics, Alan Lomax, which is a very detailed study using quantitative data to look at types of music and social organization structures all throughout the world. So there's a huge study of all these different cultures and looking at what types of music create different types of societies, right? This was done in the 50s. And so, again, I'm saying that there was research on this in terms of how you could reorganize society or how certain types of musical expression would connect with types of social organization. And Kurt Lewin, I think, is central to this, Psychological Topology, 1936, creating a new life world for participants. So, and again, Llewellyn, like the Cantometric system, also uses quantitative data in terms of analyzing social structures and looking at the life world of the individual, as well as the shared quote unquote life worlds or spheres within a given society. And you have this idea of generating tension between different psychological spaces. That is both the individual psychological space and the shared psychological world they inhabit and how they move between these. And if you look at the graphics, this is very much researched in terms of how you look at group A, group B, how that's working, and then how the tensions come or implode between them. And so from his book, Tension Groups of Tension Systems, Structure of Interpersonal Regions, and the Motor Perceptual Region. So why this is important with psychedelics is that when you start to alter someone's neurological structure, whether through drugs, music, or communal experience, you start to separate them out of a particular psychological region they inhabit. And you create a fundamental disruption. And we can see that in the psychedelic art and all these other things. But the fact is that our motor physical perceptions, our interpersonal regions that are shared psychological spaces, and our own definitions of ourselves operate within these frameworks. So this gives a sense of how and why you could create a movement like we find in the 1960s and what the theoretical basis for doing that could be. And if I'm going too fast, tell me as I go through this. Another interesting book from Kurt Lewin, Resolving Social Conflicts, Re-Education of Germans, forward written by Gordon Allport. A certain amount of cultural reconstruction will be required after the war. Okay, this is a collection of his essays, but he's describing how to reconstruct societies, how to use the principles of psychological topology and apply these to reordering societies, what vector points to work from and how to do that. And this idea of the intragroup tension also became the strategy of tension in Operation Gladio, right? You create tension, intergroup tension, societal tension, intergroup tension, and intrapsychological tension. And going back to my first point, is that when you have these ritual processes that are being undertaken, right? You have these half-baked religious stuff and quote-unquote spiritual experiences. When you go to Burning Man, you're separating yourself from society, you're being initiated, but you never really return to the society, right? So you have this constant fracturing in your mind. You have this constant, and this is very common, right, with LSD or any of these psychedelic experiences. You never are able to reconcile your previous life with the society you live in. And this is really a foundational schism And just as an aside, of course, we have this promotion of schizophrenia as being a type of insanity, right? So all these things are coming up. The schizophrenic man is actually being the sane man, right? Schizophrenia and insanity is expression.
And that's, to interject there, Hans, that's exactly what I wrote about in my article in Theogen's What's in a Name, and I recommend everybody who's not read that to read it, because what I do is I show how they took this idea and they marketed it. They literally took the names and they changed them over several years from schizophrenogen to psychotomimetic to hallucinogen to psychedelic, schizophrenogen, psychedelic, hallucinogen came before, and then to entheogen. And we had two groups of people that did this, and one was headed by Humphrey Osmond and Aldous Huxley, along with Abram Hoffer, and they created hallucinogen, psychotomimetic, and psychedelic. And then with Gordon Wasson, Professor Carl Ruck, and Jonathan Ott and Jeremy Bigwood creating entheogen. And so what we see is them rolling out a new term. Leary never ruined the word psychedelic. Leary tested the word psychedelic as a witting CIA agent at the Harvard Psychedelic Research Project. They recruited over 40 doctors and hundreds of students, and they saw that by calling the drugs psychedelics, they could promote them to the youth, and the program was successful, so they rolled it out. And then when Leary was done with his job, then Wasson and Ruck and crew roll out the word entheogen to remarket it yet again, which this article breaks down the entire history of this. So I do recommend that everybody read this article in full, because it shows you how this experience was marketed. A lot of people will think, well, if I do psychedelics in a dark room by myself, I'm not being influenced by anybody. Well, that's not true. Even the name of the drugs impacts the outcome of the experience. Now, we even had to create a new term for these drugs because of the impact that they create just in the name. And if you've ever heard about them in a Beatles song or in a Rolling Stones song, or, in passing from somebody, that idea of what the outcome is supposed to be has been seeded, and therefore they have control of the experience. Before Leary and the Harvard crew remarketed the drugs, nobody had a spiritual experience with them. So a suggestogen is a substance or substances formerly known as hallucinogens, psychedelics, entheogens, schizophrenogens, psychotomimetics, etc., and many various other names that have been used historically to suggest a person to someone else's will, often to do evil, while under the influence of such substances, which generate hypersuggestibility in the taker. Hypersuggestibility is so increased by such substances that their mere name can affect the outcome of the experience of their use, hence suggestogens. So, this is a concept that people really need to grasp regarding these things, because it's not, just if somebody's there in the room or if you're playing music, it's the whole social construct around it that has been sold and marketed. Even your will to and your interest in taking these substances in the first place has been marketed. If you knew that the Aztecs were using psilocybe mushrooms for human sacrifice and suicide, and that Gordon Wasson and Terence McKenna and these guys made up the whole religion, you wouldn't be so ready to go run out and take these things. And then, they have these big parties at the Aztec pyramids for 2012 and stuff. I mean, this is, these pyramids were drenched in blood, folks. And, and it's like they are sacrificing the children. Just because they're not cutting your heads off and rolling it down the steps of the pyramid doesn't mean that they're not doing a huge ritual sacrifice like the Aztecs did with it. So how these substances are sold is key in understanding. And just because you think that, your use of them is solo or whatever doesn't mean that you haven't been manipulated by them, and that's really key to understand. So read that article.
Yeah, and that's an important point.
We lost you there. Are you still there? Hans, you there? Hello? Hans, it looks like we had a feed drop. You guys there?
Okay.
Hans, you guys there?
I'm here.
All right.
I'm here. So
all right. Well, somebody want to jump in for Hans there?
So on the screen, he's talking about Kurt Lewin, who was, of course, part of the Frankfurt School with Theo Adorno. And these guys were also involved in the Princeton Radio Project with Paul Lazarsfeld.
Yeah, it looks like we lost Hans altogether. Hopefully we'll get him back here in a second.
I'm back.
All right, let Hans jump in there.
Okay, so anyways, I'll just keep, I guess I said something important.
Yeah, why don't you go full screen there again, Hans?
Okay. All right. So anyways, I'll just continue here. So again, the strategy of tension, I mean, pretty much right now, our entire day-to-day lives is governed by this type of strategy of tension, right? So this stuff is not something that was just done and went on the books. And it's very important, I think, to understand this as a process of deconditioning. Okay, anyways, moving on. And there's countless examples of this, but World Evolutionary Humanism, you have UNESCO, Sir Julian Huxley, the first chairman of that, again, talking about the radical restructuring of culture, the dismantling of the value system, of being able to create a new society, but people aren't going to like it, so we have to find means to do that. And I could go on and on. There's countless examples of this. Changing images of man, Aquarian conspiracy, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the changing images of man and the Aquarian conspiracy are really reports done after the fact, to a certain extent, right? We already did this stuff. Now we're going to write about what we did and see how it's worked, and let's continue to implement it. But anyways, move on here. So you look at the 1960s hippie revolution, it's something that it's telling that there's many other things that do not get promotion, right? I mean, you guys may be on the mainstream media. I'm certainly not getting mainstream media exposure. It's extremely easy to shut something out and make something silent. And it was much easier to do back then, right? It's much easier to absolutely ignore something. So you have to realize, or one should realize, I'm sure you guys do, that the fact is, like that video clip you showed at that festival, Steve, was just amazing to me. If you look at every shot, that to me looked like that thing was produced completely, absolutely produced, and this is on television, right? So if it's so counterculture and underground, how the hell is it being put through the organs of mass communication? But anyways, the beats and the folk scene, Bob Dylan, of course, a very important central transitional figure. Bob Dylan is sort of coming out of the beat movement. And we have the early precursor to the Aquarian or hippie movement. Bob Dylan basically gave up on politics after the Kennedy assassination. You know, no point being involved in politics. It's so corrupt. I have to go within. So the beats, the beatniks actually comes from the word beatific, beat down. The idea is you're beat down by society. Of course, all these guys starting the beat generation were attending Columbia University. You don't seem that beat down if you're in Columbia living in New York City. You're not out there, shoveling shit, on a factory farm or something. But anyways, so the beat,
just on Bob Dylan, that wasn't his real name, was it?
No, it wasn't. It was
Bob Zimmerman, wasn't it?
Yeah, Robert Zimmerman. Yep. Steve got it.
Yep, Robert Zimmerman.
Yeah, of course, that wasn't his real name, and his name came from, of course, Dylan Thomas. Dylan Thomas, the poet. So you have reference to the great Welsh poet, Dylan Thomas. But the beatniks promoted
Russian Jewish family. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, the Beats promoted cultural relativism. This was kind of foundational. So the Beats were something very much connected with jazz, with the jazz culture, with this idea of an alienation and to what degree this alienation was constructed or not, because we have, this era of the 1950s. A lot of people said this was kind of the golden age of America, but for them, this was like a living hell that they were in. Okay. But you had to have cultural relativism. You could love everything, you could do anything, and everyone's truth was on an equal plane. This is foundational. Same time was this religious connection that you're beat down by society and you're going to rise up to this new transcendent space. And just as an aside, the Maitreya Buddha, which is invoked there, is coming from the Pure Land school of Japanese Buddhism, which is, to be honest, is not a real Buddhist school, because there's no, all you have to do is chant the name of this particular Buddha and you're going to get reborn in this Pure Land. You don't have to do any of these, very deep, extremely difficult meditation practices. You just chant this name and the big Maitreya Buddha is going to come and pick you up. So it's actually, you could describe it as sort of a heterodox or a reductionism viewpoint of Buddhism, but Maitreya Buddhism is absolutely linked with all these different New Age cult movements. But anyways, so in order to, we're alienated, we're beat down, and Ginsberg and the other beats, we have to go into our own personal experiences to reorganize culture, but by reorganizing our own minds, since our own minds are really constructing the culture. So drugs, sex, etc. And the next quote is from a beatnik interview during that time. And I thought this was just a great delineation of this philosophy. I stay cool, far out, alone. When I flip over something, I feel only me. So even though they're talking about social transformation, the fact is it becomes this individualized experience, purely individual, right? So you have this fusion, so to speak, of these collective ideals with this sort of radical individual isolation. You trip out on LSD, you're attuning to cosmic consciousness, but you're sitting there in your mom's basement, with the black light on, listening to Pink Floyd or whatever. But then you feel like, you're a god transcending the universe. So this is this idea that you really ultimately are trapped in your own mind, right? And anyways, we'll move on. So to continue here, so just a brief timeline of psychedelic music. The first actual psychedelic album, Gordon Wasson released an album with the Mushroom Ceremony in 1957. Rob McEwen, beat guy, has a mushroom reference. This guy, Eden Ahabez, has a sort of a proto-psychedelic album called Eden's Island. 1961, Gerald Hurd has his album, so Spirituals, Growth, Survival, and Rebirth. A surf band, The Gamblers, in 1961, throwing a reference to LSD 25 in a surf song, which is kind of odd if you think about it. Where would that come from? Alan Watts' 1962 album, This Is It, which featured a lot of psychedelic things, freeform drumming and chanting and stuff like that. And just to remember, this stuff was so far outside the mainstream, but the question is, without the internet, how are you going to know about this stuff? How are you going to know about LSD 25 if you're a 18-year-old kid playing in a surf band? You might, okay. 1963, so there's a lot of, basically the folk scene, these jug bands and various other bands start, we have this actually psychedelic drugs being spread in the folk scene. And actually, interestingly, the 13th Floor Elevators have a jug player. They're one of the few psychedelic bands with a jug player. Anyways, it's kind of interesting. Great name, too, 13th Floor Elevators, right? Okay, Holy Modal Rounders had 1964, the Psychedelic Blues. And 1964, 1965, Harry Smith, the guy who did the folk music anthology re-releases, box set of peyote ceremony recordings. And then Psychedelic Rangers in 1965 with John Densmore, soon to be drummer of the Grateful Dead. And then the Fugs mention LSD well, I guess technically not the first time, but they actually talk about doing LSD. The gamblers don't really say what it is. So the thugs are talking about an actual explicit saying we're taking this drug. All right. And there's lots of other things. But so the Beats, again, were the godfathers of the hippie movement. They were there from the beginning. They were shepherding it. They were right there in the middle. The Fugs, this proto-psychedelic band. You have Thule Kupferberg, Ken Weaver, Ed Sanders, who edited the journal Fuck You, a journal of the arts, which is a great name for an art magazine, an art review. And this quote is from Allen Ginsberg. Again, this album, I think, is 1964, 1965. Allen Ginsberg wrote the liner notes. This is just a quote from the liner notes, which sort of predicted what was about to unfold a couple of years later. Ginsberg, quote, "The United States is split down the middle. On one side are everybody who make love with their eyes open, who smoke pot and take LSD and look inside their heads to find the self-God." And he says later, this is Walt Whitman's self-God. I just put Whitman in parentheses. "The Bible says that when Christ comes, every eye shall see. Now every ear can hear. When the thugs break through the monopoly blockade and their image is broadcast on national television, every kid in America and most white-haired old men will turn them on, and at last every eye shall see." And he talks, there's a little bit more in there. He talks about grace. Basically, the thugs are going to bring down grace. And the thugs started actually incorporating their political, poetic message with rock. The thugs, of course, never became particularly popular. But Allen Ginsberg is there at the beginning promoting the thugs as this idea of revolution. And in fact, Allen Ginsberg is promoting, he's predicting the entire 1960s right there in a certain way. He's predicting the whole Aquarian Revolution with this pretty much unknown, New York City, never very popular band that was pretty awful, actually. But of course, Fuck You, a journal of the arts. What's a better way to express high culture than to say fuck you? Sorry for swearing if this is a G-rated audience, but okay. So just so this idea of revolution, Beats were behind the first human being, and you guys will talk about all these different players, but really the Beat, again, we have Allen Ginsberg and all these guys. In fact, Allen Ginsberg was arrested, and when he was in jail, he said he expressed concern the entire hippie scene would collapse if he physically wasn't present there, right? So these guys were there at the beginning, foundationally, directing it. And the human being was the direct trigger for the Summer of Love. So this brought people there for the Summer of Love. No human being, no Summer of Love. And then there was a ripple effect. You have human beings across the country, or not human beings, but you have these beings, these rock festivals start coming all across the country. But a big part of this is this idea of this prolonged childhood. So you take this idealism, this fantasy world of childhood, which is great. I mean, of course, kids today don't even have their own, they can't even play with toys. They can't even go outside unless they want to be, picked up by creeps or whatever. They have to be in their own little mind boxes with their video games and stuff. But in fact, you have this freedom, the quote unquote enthusiasm of childhood, and this idea, this magical thinking was extended into the adult age. There's an interesting book on the human being written by someone who was at the the Langley Psychiatric Institute in San Francisco, did anthropological work. You have a number of people actually doing anthropological work on these groups. But this is idea, again, you're extending childhood. So the whole thing is we're all children, then of course you have this age gap, right? Kill everyone over 30, kill your parents, as Abby Hoffman said, etc. Dropout culture. So we're, as the Timothy Leary quote, we're going to drop out. We're going to going back to the beach. You're going to create a revolution in your own mind.
Oh, we lost Hans again. Hans,
you're going to revolt against everything. And yeah, I'm here.
All right, keep going. You're back.
Okay. So the
looks
revolution.
Like we dropped the feed for a second again.
Okay.
Looks like it should be. Yeah, it's going. So go ahead.
Okay. So this revolution in music, again, FM radio promoted this music nationally. So you have psychedelic rock music, supposedly the epitome of underground rebellion, being played all across the country. Why this happened? Well, the non-duplication rule from the FCC actually was passed in 1964, adopted January 1st, 1967, forced all these radio stations, they're not allowed to duplicate any of their programming from the AM radio stations. So suddenly they've got literally tens of thousands of hours of dead air. And you've got Donahue and all the other people who developed freeform radio playing psychedelic rock. Okay, let's just take that programming model and let's just roll this out nationwide. So you have the music being promoted and rolled out nationwide, right in coincidence with the coming of the 1967 Summer of Love. And then also these guys a lot of these people were signed by major record labels. RCA was, of course, very important. They had their own research laboratory at Princeton, RCA research connected with military intelligence stuff. So a lot of these, if it's so anti-establishment, how these psychedelic revolutionary bands are getting these huge record contracts. Even if it's just about money, the ideology should have played some part if the psychedelics was something that was trying to be suppressed. Okay, so let me just continue here. So the bands, I'm just not, I was going to try to keep this kind of short and to the point, so I'm just going to give a few little quotes from some of the many bands at the Human Being. So Jerry Garcia stated that psychedelic music aimed to create a sensory overload. Okay, so that's a very important facet of this psychedelic music genre, is that, if you look at the musical basis itself, except for a few exceptions, most of these bands are just playing the same regurgitated, watered down blues rock or folk music, except it's loud as hell, right? It's a massive sensory overload. So the psychedelic music, it's what it's doing, just like the psychedelic drugs. And there's what's his name? Sensory. There's a psychology book. The name just ran out of my mind.
John Lilly.
No. This is early research on sensory inhibition. And so basically how certain types of stimuli can shut off other types of stimuli. And so even though say psychedelic drugs allow certain parts of your brain to operate by suppressing other parts. So one way to do that is through sensory overload. Berkshire, Berkshire just came back to me. So sensory inhibition. So this is very interesting, studies, and even this stuff ties into Pavlov and all this stuff. So Jim Morrison, it's a quote from Jim Morrison, which was published in the New York Times, that bastion of rebellion, right? New York Times, right? So it's very easy to get contrarian viewpoints published in the New York Times, isn't it? Right? They're so open to dissenting viewpoints. So Morrison said, I'm interested in anything about revolt, disorder, chaos. It seemed to me to be the road to freedom. External revolt is a way to bring out internal freedom. When I sing my songs in public, that's a dramatic act, not just acting as in theater, but a social act, real action. So here we have Austin's speech act theory, which Morrison obviously was aware of, in that the importance of language, and also this idea of you're creating these acts, you're actually doing something in the world by art, right? And this actually, you find this echoed in newer theories of art that were evolving in the 1930s, and this idea that in fact art is not reflecting society, but art is meant to transform society and change society. Grace Slick mentioned, I want a whole turnaround of values. All right. And these, of course, are performers there. Chet Helms, manager of Big Brother and the holding company. I was very interested, in the scene's potential for for revolution, for turning things upside down, for changing values. So this idea as being a fundamental base construct, right? It's not just that, we are, this suddenly we have this new coming together. So, I mean, if you're going to transform society, wouldn't you first want to create your own new working social society, not just expect in one summer you're going to revolutionize all of mankind and totally transform society? But we find this ideology of total social transformation, right? A turnaround of values, an inversion of values, the bringing the above to the below, and all this stuff, this sort of alchemical process as being integrated right there at the very beginning. As I stated when I first started, that this whole thing was already packaged. Every element of this whole social movement, including the ideological philosophy, did not develop over time. It was already there, rolled out. And then this is a really pleasant idea from Marty Balin from Jefferson Airplane. The stage is our bed and the audience is our broad. We are not entertaining, we are making love. So that's a great image there. But this idea of interpenetrating the consciousness of the listeners, right? And so with this musical revolution, what you have is a multivalent, multidimensional rollout in that people that may not like the values of the hippie system may be enticed into the music. People that maybe come from a more religious or political perspective will eventually go into the music. But the music becomes this encoding, fully supportive, social, go back to Kurt Lowen, you have a psychological space, right, that's being created, and the music serves as an organizing or social cultural glue. And then I'll just finish up here. So Jefferson Airplane, another important band there. We have Grace Slick, very lovely lady. That's you guys probably noticed the hand symbols there that she's making. And then we have another picture of her performing. So again, this piece, well, like I said, I'm trying to keep this pretty brief, but what I want to make very clear, I think, is that the movement itself contained the seeds of its own destruction. I think that's very important to realize when you see that the way it was rolled out and the way that 3 years later, the whole thing was dead. You have this entire culling off of not only the intellectually based anti-war movement at Berkeley, where you have guys in suits and ties that are protesting the war, they're not trying to counter the entire edifice of society, but they're coming from within that society and saying, no, this is wrong. Then suddenly you have, they're all growing their hair out and playing bongos in the dirt. As Zappa, of course, was the critic mocking the hippies at the same time, probably promoting them. But anyways, so this underground band, RCA Victor, connected with RCA Laboratories, doing all this intelligence research, gave them a $25,000 advance, which was unheard of. And at that time, there was no popularity of psychedelic music. So how come this band was signed up? And then I want to just show a brief clip of the song White Rabbit, which was very instrumental in a lot of ways for that. And of course, again, they were playing it to Human Being. So let me bring up that White Rabbit here. Hopefully this is going to work. If it doesn't.
Oh, no. What happened?
I give people confidence.
Okay, all right. I want to be confident.
Give me their money.
Are you going to play it?
Yes. Are you seeing it?
No. You change the screen now. It shows Lewin continued.
Okay. Let me go back here.
You had it and then you changed it.
Okay. Yeah. And, it did it by itself. Just a second. You guys go ahead and chime in while I'm getting this up here.
Joe, why don't you jump in?
Well, I have, a presentation which covers basically, riffs off of Hans's material. So I'll just, when I get a chance to give the presentation, I'll note when I can connect to it. But you know, I just find all of this stuff fascinating. I'm like one of the most apt or rapt listeners you guys have.
Okay, well, here we go. Here's White Rabbit. You guys hear that?
Yeah. Did you share your computer audio when you click share screen? I think you got it. You have to check the box to share computer audio.
I'm getting the audio.
I can hear it.
All right. YouTube may try to take this down if we play too much of this song. Keep that in mind.
Okay, I stopped that there. So anyways,
I think we're allowed to play 10 seconds before they'll try to delete the whole video.
Okay, well, hopefully it won't be a problem. But anyways, so
you need to get rid of that or change it. You're only sharing a bar across the top of your browser there. Okay. Anyway, I've changed it so you can figure that out.
Jan, can you edit that so that you get down to the percentage of time that...
No, because it's live and there's nothing to edit right now.
Okay, I'm just wondering because I know they're getting very strict about that, and I'd hate to lose.
Yeah, so let's I mean, this is obviously Hans is a doctor of ethnomusicology, and this is a educational video, so we might be able to get around it, but that was quite overly long, so we'll have to be careful. We'll find out. They may just blanket, and there'll be a big empty spot there.
Well, hopefully not. I mean, the thing is that video, of course, there's like 50 different versions of it. That's actually from the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour. And why I wanted to show that clip is this is a show that would be broadcast into the mainstream families, right? So people would watch the Smothers Brothers or whatever, with their families. Then suddenly you have this psychedelic imposition of the Jefferson Airplane, of course, who were very important at the Human Being, which is, again, part of this industrial size rollout. And just to look at the song a little bit, this song is really an anthem to drug use. At the same time, it belies the peace and love, happiness type of mentality, because it has a very dark feeling to it, right? The way she's singing is an incantation, right? There's very much a feeling of darkness in that song. It's not like, oh, I'm going to take LSD and have a good trip. It's more like I'm going to lose my mind and go insane. But basically, this is, we have this encodation of rebellion. The ones that mother gives you don't do anything at all. Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall. And of course, we have this connection with Alice in Wonderland. We have the book Go Ask Alice.
And LSD.
LSD. And the book Go Ask Alice, which actually I was forced to read when I was like in I think elementary school, which is supposedly biography of a diary of a girl who like went insane taking drugs when she was a teenager and doing all this stuff. And that's a book Go Ask Alice. So, but and there was a movie Go Ask Alice, etc. But this, and I think Alice, the Greek meaning of Alice is what? Wisdom or truth, something like that. But anyways, so this song White Rabbit really is you're taking, you're not only bringing in this younger audience, but you're adding a whole bunch of symbolism. We have the sort of occult Masonic symbolism, which we find in Alice in Wonderland, and possibly the author of that was possibly a pedophile. He took lots of photographs of 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old girls, etc. But anyways, so this song is basically delineating this feeling of physical distortion of your body, and you're on a chessboard, and you basically, the men on the chessboard is sort of representation of society or your place in society. And this whole thing is that you're not actually going to be going anywhere. When logic in proportion have fallen sloppy dead. And the white knight is talking backwards, and the red queen's off with her head. So you're in this totally disjointed society. There's no more any rules, any more logic, any more regulation, but your way out is simply to feed your head, to take more drugs, to go deeper into the psychedelic experience, and so again, this was promoted on Mass Culture. They're showing psychedelic videos on mainstream comedy shows. If this is so underground, please tell me why this happened. You have Art Linkletter, famously, was suing because he said these songs are just advertisements for drugs. When his daughter in 1969 went insane from an LSD overdose, he said they're promoting the drugs in the youth culture through this. But not only are they promoting the drugs, but they're also saying this is going to take you nowhere. This is going to destroy your mind. This is going to put you in this permanent double bind state of unreality, right? But again, this was there at the beginning. So again, part of that is saying that we're going to give you freedom, but we're going to go backwards. I'll just do one more.
Can I just pick up on this? Matt had a theme. So the clip that I just showed of Stuart Brand at the earlier whatever festival, he's wearing this strange jumpsuit and he's wearing a funny top hat. I mean, is he trying to be the Mad Hatter? Is he trying to indicate that the White Rabbit, he's got the pill that'll take you down the rabbit hole?
Yeah, and even Alex Jones, down the rabbit hole, right? So the rabbit hole is actually the underground, right? This inversion, the as above, so below. This is the dark region, the netherworld, the left hand of God, so to speak, right? But yeah, and it's a great point. But this idea, it's one thing to promote sensory acuity, right? Intensifying your senses. So let's do fasting and rigorous physical exercises. And by pushing our senses to a threshold, let's have some kind of amazing sensory experience. No, it's not that. Let's take drugs and let's derange our senses completely, right? Let's completely warp our perceptions of reality. And this is freedom. This is this new movement. This is our doorway. But again, the reason I just focused on this one band, and of course there's so many others, but it's just that they were the first band to have a major deal. RCA, again, very much connected. 1965, they've got their record deal, but this song encodes so many aspects that I won't even go into too much detail. But of course, there's a direct reference to Mushroom, et cetera, et cetera. And so again, the conclusion is feed your head. Okay, and let's just briefly one other band, and just to say briefly, the Human Being that took place at a number of different venues. And Steve had a great point about the fact that you had these world-class R&B artists, jazz artists, blues musicians that were opening up for these unknown, half the time, sad sack, half-ass psychedelic bands. It's a great story about when Miles Davis was supposed to open up for Steve Miller. And I won't, basically he uses the MFer word quite a bit, but he said basically Steve Miller was such a sorry MFer. We just kept playing. We played the whole night so he could even do his set because he said he was such a bad player. But I mean, the fact is you have Miles Davis, the #1 jazz selling artist of all time, and he's opening up for the Steve Miller band. You've got Dizzy Gillespie, one of the, jazz legends performing at the Human Being with these, half-ass rock bands. I mean, and again, part of that is that you've, they were, of course, capitalizing, and I would say you could describe as hacking all the musical knowledge that came up from this, from these jazz and blues artists. But at the same time, obviously, they're getting different audiences in. So anyways, The Doors of another very important band, and, very brief, known as the Lizard King. I am the Lizard King. I can do anything, right? So that was his quote. I'm sure David Icke would love that. In fact, I love David Icke, so that's a good thing. The name of the Doors come from the Doors of Perception. Oh, we got a little Huxley connection there again, right? Just in case you didn't know, the Doors of Perception. And Jim Morrison, usually this is whitewashed, that his description of encountering the spirit of music. So basically how Jim Morrison went from a military brat to a rock star was supposedly had this magical summer. He spent it living on the beach, taking LSD, and he described meeting the spirit of music. In this particular writing, he says who the spirit of music was. I met the spirit of music, an appearance of the devil in a Venice canal. That's Venice Beach. Running, I saw Satan or Satyr, Pan moving beside me, a fleshy shadow of my secret mind. So in the whitewashed version of Morrison's meeting with the spirit of music, you think it's like some, wonderful sense thing, but he says very clearly, I saw Satan or Pan, a fleshy shadow of my secret mind. Jim Morrison, ghost crowd, the child's fragile eggshell mind, right? So anyways, Roy Manzarek, The Doors. He was not a performer. He was not an entertainer. He was not a showman. He was a shaman. He was possessed. So I'll come back to this real quick. And then another quote, while Jim Morrison was staying at the Chateau Marmont, he spent a few nights with a buxom neighbor, once waking up in a tangle of bloody sheets after they shared champagne glasses of each other's blood. So he's drinking blood, just like I think it was Lady Gaga. The maid called the police when she saw Lady Gaga's bathtub in the hotel room was filled with blood. But anyways, so Jim Morrison is drinking blood. He's doing all this other stuff. But what's different about this human being rollout of these 60s icons, which is still the case? They weren't just entertainers, right? They weren't just highly respected artists. They were cultural icons, but they actually were religious figures in many ways, right? They replaced religion. They became seen as spiritual revolutionaries, right? They were not just exemplars. Like no one worshiped Elvis as a god, but people started to view these musicians as superhuman entities, right? So you're not only replacing the whole social structure, but you're giving these musicians not only cultural status as artists, but in fact, spiritual status, evolutionary, revolutionary status, right? So that's a very important thing, this idea of rock gods. Literally these for many of people involved in this era and for many people still today, these artists are seen with religious veneration. They are gods, okay? And then just here's a couple pictures of Jim Morrison. You're wondering what kind of god he is. Some of his casting spells, a few cult ritual things there with his wonderful thing. Jim Morrison with the lamb, sacrificing the lamb, right? So the sacrifice of innocence, the sacrifice of, you could describe as, whatever, we say about Christianity, so to speak, or not. I mean, it did at least have some kind of positive valence system of social cohesion. He's sacrificing the lamb. He's, animal sacrifice. Jim Morrison levitating someone. Then we have Jim Morrison as the Christ figure. He is the Christ with the one eye illumined, the eye of Horus. Here is the Doors in front of worshiping Aleister Crowley. The Doors in front of an idol to Aleister Crowley. So there they are, gazing upon with love and reverence to the wonderful cultural figure, cultural icon, which, of course, in fact, I heard the show you did last night on, so just in case you don't
say that again, Hans.
I heard the radio show you did last night. Anyways,
our little trial run that Steve and I did. That was pretty fun.
No, you did that show. I forget what it's called. With you did some podcast. Anyways.
Oh, okay, I see. With Circus, who's in the chat room right now.
Yeah. So but look at this. Okay, I'm just saying, if you're wondering what the Be-In is about, these are your artists, right? And here is. I don't think you have to really stretch too much to look at that. What are these guys all about? Notice the 5-pointed star on the guy on his lapel, right. All this other stuff right there in your face. Okay. A couple more pictures. Jim Morrison, the mind-controlled encoded TV set, right? The image, the reflected image. And if like I said, I could go so much more deeper into this, but you have John Lilly programming and reprogramming the human biocomputer. That's what this is about, is reprogramming the mind and doing it subconsciously in such a way you will never recover from that because you don't even know what was done to you. And then I think I just have a couple more. The Doors by the Georgia Guidestones. I think that is. So in case you're wondering where they're at, that's a nice nice thing that we have, that it's wonderful that we know that they're really part of this counterculture, and they're really, they're bringing about a really era of peace and love. And then just, of course, 13, LA Woman crucified on the electricity, which is basically what is happening to the audiences, is their minds are being crucified on the psychedelic cross through electricity, through this mass mind control, through the use of all these little bits and pieces and odds and ends from quote unquote tribal societies, and being victimized by weaponized anthropology. And then we have them with this green mannequin.
Well, and the green
split in half.
Oh, you cut out there for a second, Hans. So repeat what you said. I was going to say the green man is an old, pagan symbol of plant drugs.
Yeah, and then I think that's it. I had an image. I had some images I took in San Francisco.
If you're done with that, stop sharing because it's all black now.
Okay. Stop share. I had some images that I took of the old Federal Reserve building in San Francisco. And if you guys want to pull that up, they have these sculptures that are all these, like the Dionysus sculpture is all cut into pieces. It's all these slivers, right? So this is the fractured mind. This is a divided self. But anyways, that was just a little overview. Like I said, we could go into a lot more detail, but I just wanted to put my little gloss on.
I'm trying to find an image of the building there.
That's excellent. Thanks very much, Hans. And that's probably a good place to segue back to me for a little bit before I hand it over to Joe. But I think you've made a really good point that what this was doing, this human being, was establishing the new gurus. It was establishing Timothy Leary, Richard Alpert, and Allen Ginsberg in particular, star billing. These are the people you should listen to. These are your gods. Forget your family. Forget the church. Forget your traditional values. Parents are square, man. They don't understand. You should have free love. You should have free drugs. Here's free music. Here's free food. This is what we're all about. And I want to show a clip now, so I'll go to sharing my screen. Just about Timothy Leary, and then also want to show a couple of clips on Ginsberg. Okay. Are you getting that?
I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
Dr. Timothy Leary, the 1960s Johnny Appleseed of LSD.
On a PBS interview, Timothy Leary let his hair down and admitted that he was carrying on Satanist Aleister Crowley's work and that the 1960s is when the plan began to come to fruition.
Well, I've been an admirer of Aleister Crowley. I think that I'm carrying on much of the work that he started over 100 years ago, and I think the 60s themselves. Crowley said he was in favor of finding your own self and do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, under love. It was a very powerful statement. I'm sorry he isn't around now to appreciate the glories that he started.
As Satan guided Crowley, Crowley declared that his writings were to be, quote, circulated among the young, end quote. Crowley predicted that America would pick up, quote, a few axioms on which a working majority can agree, a few dogmas which it could rally. Do what thou wilt, of course, became do your own thing, and if it feels good, do it in the 1960s. Timothy Leary came up with a few of his own.
He looked out at that crowd and he said, turn on, tune in, that's right, and drop out.
Turn on, tune in, and drop out.
We're turned on, and we're tuned in, and we're very dropped out. Turn on, tune in, and drop out.
Timothy Leary claimed that he came to the realization that he was to usher in Crowley's new age when he was using Crowley's tarot cards. Leary asked the question, who am I, and what is my destiny? Leary claims that he then cut to the Ace of Disc. Robert Anton Wilson declared, this shows a large disc bearing the Greek letters to Megatherion, the great beast. Leary interpreted this to mean that he is Crowley reborn and is supposed to complete the work Crowley began.
Our undercover agents in Los Angeles were very cool about, and yet they did more in a very laid-back way. And it's never been as public as some of the other, the buses running around the country.
Huxley was one of the first.
After we were fired from Harvard, that fall, every major magazine came out with a.
Yeah.
There was a cover story in Saturday Evening Post.
Yeah,
That was dangerous. Yeah. There were three different stories in Playboy. So that was it was the firing from Harvard plus the fact that Henry Luce was somewhere always behind the scenes doing certain things. Plus, so many people have been involved in Los Angeles and so forth. But that was the first big one.
Yeah, Tim was more responsible than anybody for that.
Wasn't it the calculated goal of FF to cause that kind of spreading?
Yeah. Well, I want to point out, though, that the picture, we all know that here and now study pictures.
Anyway, look, we've gone through that clip a few times, so I probably don't need to play the rest of it. But
new audience, we might as well cover it, so why not?
Yeah, I think that's a very powerful clip.
Okay, I'll play the rest. All right.
I don't hear anything. Are you playing it? You're not sharing screen.
Okay. Let me share the screen again.
There you go.
Okay, I'll just go back a little bit.
Plus, so many people have been involved in Los Angeles and so forth. But that was the first big one.
Yeah, Tim was more responsible than anybody for that.
Wasn't it the calculated goal of FF to cause that kind of spreading?
Yeah. Well, I want to point out, though, that the picture, we all know that here and now study pictures more than they do long columns. The particular picture, this article in Time Magazine attacking our research, had a scientific instrument called the experiential typewriter with all these dials, actually filled with socks, but that's all right. It had an incredibly beautiful young woman sitting, taking the test, and it had standing behind her Alan Watts, a beautiful female Hindu guru named Gayatri Devi, and myself. Now, the signal content of a picture like that was much more important than the little words that were being written by some clerk at Time Magazine. Well, I'll say one of the goals was to make the American people smarter, raise their intelligence. And I think the American people today are quantum jumps more sophisticated in exactly the general directions in which we all hope they would become more sophisticated, about consciousness, about the nervous system, about the brain, about the options people have in creating their own reality, about self-actualization, self-indulgence, about pleasure being a self-reward as opposed to high reward. My God. Pleasure is now the #1 industry in this country. Recreational travel, entertainment, sensory indulgence. My God, it's now, no question about it, it's our #1. Now, that was my goal.
Okay, so his goal is to create a pleasure-based society. It's hedonism, it's decadence, and it's cultural debasement. Now, in that video, also it showed Alan Cohen and Michael Bowen, the two organisers of The Human Being. They were the guys around the paintings talking about tune in, turn on, and drop out. Let me share screen again with the PowerPoint. Share screen. Okay, you guys getting that? You see Leary?
Yep.
Okay, so one of the other things that Timothy Leary said was that the liberal CIA is the best mafia that you can deal with. And it seems like many of the people around him were this group, the liberal CIA. Alan Cohen, founder of the San Francisco Oracle, somehow he came from Brooklyn, New York, to the West Coast to become part of this whole beat scene. And then the other guy, Michael Bowen, he's kind of the main organizer and created the poster. And something very interesting about him is that his mother's lover was Bugsy Siegel. So Bugsy Siegel is essentially his stepfather. And when we look at the Fillmore, the very Jewish neighborhood with a large number of African Americans, and then Bill Graham taking over the promotion of the Fillmore, the African American proprietor getting randomly murdered in the street one day, and then suddenly the very Jewish neighborhood is cemented as a very Jewish neighborhood again. And then you look at this guy being Bugsy Siegel's stepson. You're like, well, hang on, there's a little bit of coincidence going on here. And also, his grandmother was part of the Theosophical Society out of Ojai. And I've been tracing the activities of the Theosophical Society in California. They set up a colony called Crotona, and that led to the creation of Hollywood and the movie business. Things got a little bit too hot for them there, and so they moved their colony out of Hollywood into Ojai. And then this Theosophical Society in Ojai had Phil Lesh and Luca Berio going down there to do music festivals before the Monterey Pop Festival. So there's definitely some ties and some strands going between Theosophy and the Beat Generation. Miles Mathis has a paper on that as well that I'd recommend people read. And then in this area called Beechwood Canyon, before even the concentration of Laurel Canyon that Dave McGowan wrote about, in Beechwood Canyon, you have the Huxleys, you have Christopher Isherwood and Gerald Hurd, and you have this amazingly group of British social engineers and Fabians that got together, started being Hollywood screenwriters around the time of World War II, and then went on to create the beats and the counterculture. Then I want to move on. I'm just going to zoom through super quickly. So to the other one, Richard Alpert, also known as Ram Dass, and I believe this guy was a homosexual, so it's probably related to the name.
No, he is a homosexual. Yeah.
He's open about it, and I really think that it's Ram Dass. I think it's a pun, and Ram usually is spelled differently.
So his real name is Alperovitz. The Hindus of Jewish descent is one of his things. And his father, George Alpert, he was a Navy guy, and he was the president of the New Hartford and Connecticut Railroad. And he became one of the founders of Brandeis University. I believe he was friends with Justice Brandeis, who was a member of the Perushim, which is a Zionist secret society. So Alpert's dad brought Albert Einstein in to set up the College of Medicine at Brandeis University. So you've got this crew very close with Einstein. And then you also have Wavy Gravy, a.k.a. Hugh Romney. When he's a kid in New York, 8 or 9 years old, he used to go for walks around the block with Einstein. So coincidence meter ringing again. Like, how can two of these people in the Beat Generation be connected to Albert Einstein? And Albert Einstein himself was in the Princeton Institute of Advanced Study, where the Princeton Radio Project was being done and where a lot of these Frankfurt School guys showed up. And then the last one I want to talk about is Ginsberg, and I really want to show a couple of clips about him. Where's he gone? Here we go, Allen Ginsberg. So, he wrote this famous poem, Howl, which is a paean to Moloch, Moloch, the dark god of child sacrifice, that apparently when they're at Bohemian Grove burning their giant effigy, that is a Moloch worshipping ritual. And also the worshipping and burning of a giant effigy at Burning Man can trace back to some of these ancient Moloch rituals as well, including the concept of the Druidic wicker man, where they would sacrifice people and their animals inside the structure as it burned. So Howl was very controversial. It's got, foul language in it and stuff, and it was banned and bookstores were shut down when Ginsberg was promoting it, and they used it as a test of the First Amendment, like, hey, we want to peddle smut, we want pornography, so we'll use this poem as a test, and if we can get away with the poem, then the entire world of XXX theaters and magazines and the internet and all that can be born. Now, Ginsberg is probably the most famous promoter for NAMBLA, the National American Man-Boy Love Association. And I've got a clip of him doing his NAMBLA thing right here.
This is the poet Allen Ginsberg. Sweet boy, give me your ass. Let me kiss your face, lick your neck, touch your
Steve,
lips.
you're not sharing the video, it's just audio. Were you trying to share the video? That was audio only.
You didn't see the video?
No, you don't have it on screen. You only have your power.
I can't see. I stopped it. All right, let me try that again. Yeah, unfortunately, the audio is not that great in this clip. I'll share the screen again. Maybe it was a different window. Here we go. Share screen. Okay, I'll try that again. See if you get the.
This is the poet Allen Ginsberg.
It's not showing the. Here, try this one.
This is the poet Allen Ginsberg. Sweet boy, give me your ass. Let me kiss your face, lick your neck, touch your lips, tongue, tickle tongue, nose to nose, quiet bunching, every step of the way.
Yeah, it's clipping really badly there. We can barely hear that, but you know.
Okay, well, that's a clip of Allen Ginsberg addressing a NAMBLA conference in 1989. So his association wasn't just about freedom of speech issues in the 1960s and 1950s related to his controversial poem. There he is towards the end of his life, still a regular participant. I mean, this is a South Park episode about a NAMBLA meeting. That's what I kind of picture, like these guys getting together. But how can this person be, credited throughout society as this cultural...
You want to get rid of that screen
icon?
there?
Yeah, as this cultural icon when he's, when he's a member of this organization. And then Hans mentioned the temporary autonomous zones. Peter Lamborn Wilson, he's the guy who came up with this idea under the pseudonym Hakim Bey. And he also talks about the pirate utopia, which is a zone that perhaps is more permanent, but also the normal rules don't apply. So you can have whatever laws you want inside this pirate utopia because you exist outside of regular civilization. And Peter Lamborn was, you go both of these guys' Wikipedia page, Ginsberg and Peter Lamborn Wilson, it talks about NAMBLA on their Wikipedia pages. They're not even making a secret of it. It's like right there. So, the promotion of pedophilia is coming from this group. But let me see if I can show it.
Let me just interject something right there, Steve, because the whole ayahuasca foundation, the Santo Daime, UDV, all of this stuff are essentially promoted by CIA agents William Burroughs and Allen Ginsberg from their book, The Yage Letters. And this book, it's in a sleeve. Sorry for the reflection there, but this book is essentially a 1950s guide to diddling children across South America. And they pick up ayahuasca. The trip starts in 1953, right before MKUltra is officially funded.
Right. And I mean, Ginsberg, Burroughs, they're into some very, very dark stuff. There's murders around them. Let me see if I can share another clip, and we'll see if this goes any better. So this is Ginsberg at the Human Being.
My YouTube account was actually dinged for showing this clip of the dead pedophile Allen Ginsberg.
So we saw a couple of things there, and one of them was the parachuter coming in that Bill Graham talked about. That was all spontaneous and not planned at all, but everybody thought it was part of it. But we also see the disturbing scene of Allen Ginsberg holding up a small child and saying, well, if this child's mum and dad are here, hopefully they'll make contact or something. He really doesn't seem too concerned about it, and it seems like perhaps he already knows that the mother and father of the child aren't there. But think about any event, and this is the early days of festivals. Bill Graham, although he's not officially listed as a promoter, you just heard him earlier in his interview saying, yeah, we did this, we got the permits. So he's negotiating with the city, getting permits, trying to be a professional guy doing this, and they've got a lost child at the event. Wouldn't you get like a woman to hold the hand of the child and walk on stage like, hey, doesn't anyone know this child? And wouldn't it kind of be a big deal? Like, of all the people you could possibly pick to present this child and talk about its parents being missing to the audience, they pick the guy who's the most public endorser of NAMBLA. So I find it extremely, extremely disturbing. I mean, who would bring children to an event like this anyway? Who would lose their child at such an event? And then who would give it to Ginsberg? And then I have one final thing I want to play, which is a track which you guys might have heard before. And this is an Allen Ginsberg song about the CIA and dope. I'll cue it up first in case there's a commercial on the YouTube. Nope. Okay. So share screen.
CIA, as you all know.
You guys hearing that?
Dope.
I just heard him say CIA.
Right.
How everybody got all enlightened by the CIA. World CIA.
So
Disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, that could be some of Ginsberg's best work.
And aren't the lyrics reminiscent of Professor Mark Kleiman's comments that he made in regards to funding pro-government Afghani drug lords, you know, for opium and everything? And that's exactly what that song was about.
Yeah, I mean, he's named names, William Colby, and that was the exact plan. So why is Ginsberg singing about it? Is it a limited hangout? You know, if you see the movie Cartel Land, which is excellent documentary about the Mexican border and some of the stuff going on down there, there's this whole musical genre that's become very popular in Mexico, which is ballads and raps about, you know, the minor gangsters in these cartels. And you've kind of made it as a gangster if you get someone going around writing songs about your exploits. And it sort of reminds me of that. The drug traffickers in this case have got Allen Ginsberg running around writing songs about their exploits, you know, and everybody still keeps going. Nobody gets in trouble.
Yeah. I just wanted to say something about that Leary clip that you showed. And not only is he directly admitting what's happening, but he's stating this thing of the image. People, the clerk. So the journalist is just a clerk, right? The journalist is a clerk taking dictation from those behind the scenes. And this promotion, they're being put out in all these major media outlets. And so if you look at the Princeton Radio Project, one of their most important research findings was that not only could you shape demographics, but you could create demographics, right? You could actually change society working within different demographics and create popularity by familiarity. So the more familiar something is, the more it's pushed subconsciously because it's our environment and it's a common feature of our environment. Evolutionarily, we're going to sort of glom onto or say we like the things in our environment. That's sort of, you know what I mean? So if you keep ramming songs down people's throats, so psychedelic music and the whole culture through the psychedelic music vector was completely disseminated throughout the country. And for those who weren't into the drug aspect, they got into the music aspect. People that were in the philosophical aspect could get, you know, et cetera. So, you know, and then where Leary is just really just stating, hey, you know, we're doing this and we've really succeeded because we've now achieved our agenda. I just want to throw out there real quick, please, if anyone watching this, I think there's about 100,000 people watching right now. And please, if you can, you know, give me a donation or support my work a little bit because they're coming after me, man. So anyways, it's all good though.
Dude, I know what that's like. Support us, all of us. Jeez.
So yeah, just a point quickly to wrap up on Leary and Crowley. Crowley was military intelligence. A fantastic book by Richard Spence about that. I mean, there's absolutely no question that the guy was, you know, a lifetime actor, and not only that, but you know, we have a great follower of Crowley in L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons, also both military intelligence types, and then the creation of Scientology. There's an entire religion in Crowley's image. And then you have the Church of Satan, another entire religion in Crowley's image. Michael Aquino saying when he went and set up the Temple of Set, he was channeling the same being, I was. So even Crowley said he didn't come up with his ideas. He's speaking to like a little, you know, machine elf with DMT or whatever, channeling this alien being, right? And then Michael Aquino's military intelligence channeling the same alien being. So all these people around Aleister Crowley seem to be military intelligence people. Then we have Timothy Leary, Navy, West Point guy, who said that, you know, 85% of the people he worked with was CIA, and that the CIA is responsible for the whole counterculture. And he's following in the footsteps of this military intelligence guy, Crowley. So, you know, it's wherever you find the intelligence services, you find the occult, you find the drugs, you find the Satanism and the secret societies that are all intertwined.
And just real briefly, Mr. Leary was there right at the end of the 1960s, spiritual end at Altamont. He somehow managed to come back to the country after escaping from jail, after recreating the Crowley's ritual to summon the demon, Coronazone, whatever, which was supposed to bring in this demonic dark energy to the whole planet. On the anniversary of that ritual, Leary somehow managed to get back in the United States and was sitting watching from the wings at Altamont on stage. So he managed to fly directly there, get off the plane, and stand there and watch the spiritual demise of the 1960s.
Yeah, I mean, what better place for...
Guys, I got to leave, so I wanted to just do a thumbnail presentation here. Is that all right?
Sure, go for it, yeah.
Okay. So...
we just lost Joe right when he started there. Joe, we lost you. Steve, do you hear me?
I hear you, yep.
Okay. Well, we've lost Joe right when he starts to talk, so don't know what happened there.
Okay,
Joe, you're gonna need to repeat everything you just said. You cut out for about 30 seconds.
Oh, for God's sakes. All right, well, let me know if I cut out again. So we've done a very good job of making it clear that there was a secret society, some kind of organization that was responsible for the counterculture and is embedded inside our culture. I think we've just completely nailed that. The information that you guys have presented has been, just overwhelming, in my opinion. Okay, it's just very, very clear. Now, the next question then is, who is basically, or what is the organization? What makes it up? And what is its centrifugal energy? I mean, how does it stay in existence? How does it stay secret? Many people just take the position that it's just oligarchic behavior, that this is just people who want, money and power, and so this is how the money and powerful people operate. I don't buy that for a second. I don't think that it would be possible for them to maintain secrecy, and I don't think that it answers the basic question, which are the obvious one, which is, what are the oaths and centrifugal intellectual structures of the secret societies that we can just see in operation? Because, and I'm gonna basically go backwards in time and then come forward, but I just wanted to start by just describing the Grateful Dead, because there you've got Bohemian Grove members, you have the military intelligence, MKULTRA employee, you've got Tavistock, Eric Trist, his father was one of the founders of Tavistock, and you also have the Freemasons. Hank Harrison, whose daughter is Courtney Love, he tried to explain the Freemason symbols in the original artwork for the band when it was the Warlocks, and he had a very original explanation. He said, well, it's because we're all Freemasons. And he said, we're not just Freemasons, but we're Masonic families. Didn't say how far back the families went, but that they are Masonic families. So the question becomes, well, who are these secret societies? What is actually inside of them? How are they organized? And so, when you come to Gordon Wasson in the May 1957 Life magazine article, you have this description of himself, self-description as an Anglo-Saxon. And this is odd because you also have all of these lies by him, which are going to be very, very destructive. In other words, Wasson certainly knew what was planned. And if you look at the article closely, you can see that he is aware of where this all is going to go. I won't go into some of this stuff, but please feel free to ask questions via Gmail to joe@gmail.com. I'll be happy to explain any of this stuff. But in any case, so Wasson was, he was MKUltra. He was Sub-Project 58. We have the pay requisitions. It's not something that can be really disputed. But what was MKUltra? It's certainly the case that it was not a rogue outfit. You didn't have a little organization inside of the CIA that suddenly broke free, created the counterculture, and then disappeared. I mean, this is preposterous. Obviously, there was organizational power beyond MKUltra. Obviously, the CIA outfit was created by the secret society, the one that we don't really understand. Now, we know that we can actually trace backwards from MKUltra. And I'm going to trace a single strand. There are other strands that are possible, but I just wanted to give the listeners one of the research strands that they can follow if they have insomnia. And I'm going to start this one. It started in a number of different places, but I'm going to start it with Moses Hess, 1830. Moses Hess wrote Rome and Jerusalem, kind of described the struggle, spiritual and intellectual struggle between Christianity and Judaism. And it was also, even though it's not often mentioned, it was really the beginning of the Zionist movement. I mean, there are other people who claim it. I've looked at this, and I would say this is really what gets the whole Zion thing started. So he's a very influential guy. And one of the people that he did influence was Karl Marx. What's interesting is that here with Hess, you also have someone who is a Freemason. So suddenly the Freemason secret society is back in 1830, and it's connecting to Karl Marx. Now, when you come to someone like Marx, guys, the thing you have to ask yourself, it's basically the same question that you have to ask with Gordon Wasson. Are you dealing with simply an insane person or someone who is an evil individual, or are you dealing with a sophist? Is it sincere? Right now, with Wasson, Wasson's May Life magazine article is very important because you know it's sophistry. You absolutely can be sure of it. You know that it's actually just a clever argument that he's concocted to get the whole drug thing going, because we have the pay requisitions that he is
MKUltra.
from MKUltra. So what I would ask people do is that they recognize that you really should look at Marx's intellectual product as sophistry as well. I got a chance to do an interview on REN Network, which is the second largest network in Russia today, and I brought this fact out. I said, you guys have been victim not by someone who had a economic ideology that was incorrect and led to all these disasters. The intellectual nature of Marxism is a fraud. It's not really there to do anything other than to have you give up political power as a group. That's really all it is. And I would point out that you really want to understand Marx, you just go to his poetry. Read like The Pale Maiden, where he talks about, heaven I've forfeited, I know it full well. My soul, once true to God, has now chosen hell. And then he talks constantly about this apocalypse that he sees coming. This is supposed to be the guy who's looking for the worker's paradise. He says
he's a Satanist.
Yeah, exactly. Well, but you see, what is a Satanist? What does that mean? They mentioned Morrison. Morrison's, he found the soul of art, where he's walking along the Venice canals, and he has Satan come along. But remember, his father created Morrison's tombstone epithet, and it was what he did by his own demon. And he used the specific Greek word from the New Testament that describes the demon or Satan. And Morrison's father, who is this admiral character, was a specialist in New Testament Greek. This wasn't circumstance. He knew exactly what he was talking about his son. And so, you want to, and again, I don't want to just toot my books, but, in Caesar's Messiah, I show that the literature, the Christian literature, is sophistry. It's this clever argument, but that the Satan characters are actually Jewish rebels that are trying to fight against the Roman Empire, and Jesus is exorcising them. Jesus is representing the Roman perspective. Now, you know, again, in the Gospels, you get into this business with the tectons. Jesus has said, you know, he may be a tecton. His father was a tecton. What's a tecton? Well, it's the word in Greek today that is given for Freemason. It means mason. They translate it as carpenter, but that's nonsense. It means mason. Okay. So this is an old struggle that you're looking at, you know, very old, it seems like, because when you transition from Marx and you go forward in time, you come up with, at least when you're heading toward MKUltra, you come up with Gregor Lucas. Now, Lucas is, you know, he's a Marxist philosopher. He goes through World War I, the Bolshevik Revolution, and they make him the head of basically the cultural emissar of Hungary. Bela Kun, a Jewish individual who was given control over Hungary, he made Gregor Lucas, who was a Jewish man, control over the Hungarians, basically their cultural education. And Lucas is the founder of the Frankfurt School, right? This is where cultural Marxism, you know, comes from. And Lucas, he attempts to basically get rid of all of sexual morals inside of Hungary. He takes the position that marriage is property. He goes back to the Marxist mumbo jumbo and he says, you know, marriage is property, woman is the property in a marriage, marriage is no good, there should be free sex. Now, this fails. The revolution isn't taking off like everyone wanted it to, the Marxist revolution after World War I. And they realize, or at least Lucas and other Marxist intellectuals, they realize that, you know, this whole idea about the proletariat rising up seems incorrect. And so then they decide they're going to take the long march through culture. And that is their term. Lucas didn't come up with it, but one of the intellectuals he worked with did. They were going to take a long march through culture. And this, in my opinion, is really what you're going to be looking at later on when we get into MKUltra, because Hans mentioned that the hippie movement looked like it was designed to end very quickly, right? It had the appearance of something that was just going to blow up, and I agree with that. However, it was also an era of suggestibility, and there were certain things that then remained. Now, what were they? Well, there was feminism, there was out-of-wedlock sex, and there was integration, right? These concepts, if you look at, you know, how they can be represented statistically, all made basically U-turns in the baby boomers' cultural life right at the point where the summer of love begins, right? So there was permanent effects, even though a lot of the hippy-dippy stuff fell away. There were permanent cultural effects. And the reason why they were permanent, in my opinion, is because then they got reinforced as they go forward in time. Feminism is reinforced by the CIA agent Gloria Steinem, you know, and then all these other elements just have the power of the media in back of them. But they begin here. This is where the U-turn begins. So anyway, that's why it's really important to look at Lucas and to see that this is really where these ideas began. Okay, so when you get to these particular ideas, when you get to the idea of multiculturalism and polysexual culture, it was really unknown. It wasn't something, there were little drips and drabs of it intellectually up to this point, but here's where it becomes really a cultural force. And now, he's funded by the Comintern in his intellectual life after he's kicked out of Hungary. And he decides basically he's going to go to Germany. And he goes to Frankfurt, and this is where the Frankfurt School is developed, right? So he develops the Frankfurt School, and all of these ideas are brought along. And you can really see how clearly they are when you compare, for example, Herbert Marcuse. You know, when you look at Eros and Civilization, you can see that basically he is just parroting the ideas of Gregor Lucas, right? He's basically, you know, he's looking at marriage as a kind of property, and that you really want to get rid of it. Now, what is odd about this is that Marcuse, he was in the OSS, right? Now we're back to military intelligence. So how this works is, I think an open question mark. How in the world do individuals from a organization funded by the Comintern then end up as cultural icons coming out of the OSS? See, again, the sophistry, you have to look at the secret societies and the rationale that they give. And I'm just going to quote from H.G. Wells, because he talked about the secret society, and he said, look, one day you'll see that it's an open conspiracy. He said, one day you're going to look and see that people everywhere around the world, different groups, have been all working for the same conspiracy, but they were doing it in secrecy, but one day they'll be able to be open about it, right? That's H.G. Wells. And so now this, of course, begs the question, well, who is Wells? And I have said over and over again that we need to get DNA evidence. I think the idea of handwriting analysis is a good one, and it'd be very interesting to see what that could pop up. But DNA evidence will tell us, because when you're dealing with sophists, right, they will find ways to fool you. That's what they do. And the most important tool, or one of the most important tools, is ethnicity. So I have always maintained that, I just don't believe, for example, Huxley or the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers. I don't believe what they tell me about ethnicity. I want to see evidence, because I know that these things can be used as a tool. And that leads me into the employment opportunity that was created for the entire Frankfurt School by the American Jewish Committee. Now, this is a fact which I would hope that listeners would try to verify on their own. But the American Jewish Committee, following World War II, was looking for ways to make Jewish people safe, and they had a kind of rationale, obviously, because they were citing the Holocaust. But they hired the Frankfurt School, which had their ideological philosophy coming from Lukács, who, of course, was developing it long before the Holocaust. But in any case, despite of this, they did go forward. They hired the Frankfurt School. $1 million, evidently, which is just a huge sum of money, was raised by Rabbi Weiss, brought them to the U.S. Most of them were ensconced in Columbia University. And there they developed basically the psychological tools, which then became mass marketing. Okay, so that mass marketing can be pretty much identified as having begun, or at least helped along, by what the intellectuals that the Frankfurt School had been hired by the American Jewish Committee, and they were developing these scales. They were trying to determine, how dangerous is a Gentile, and so they had what was called the anti-Semitic scale. You take a bunch of tests, and that would pop a number. The authoritarian scale, how much you would basically become an authoritarian personality. And another one was the ethnocentric scale. They wanted to see how attached you were to your ethnicity. Now, Hans has talked a lot about atomization, right? That the music and the cultural influences that it was laying on the table were atomizing our society. We were breaking down from, ethnic communities to families to single moms, basically. This was the process that was going on. And so that's why the American Jewish Committee's creation of this technology is very, very important, has to really be understood by people, has to be studied. Because for another reason, this group then developed on Chapter 23 its conclusions. And what they said was, and this is something that every citizen should read. Just go to, the authoritarian personality. It's online. Go to Chapter 23 and read the conclusion. Because what they say is, we've got to develop not just individual psychotherapy, but we have to learn. We have to figure out how to use these and all of the different psychological sciences on a mass scale against society. And they actually end the thing, which was one of the most just disturbing things I've ever read in my life. They say, you know, fascism used fear to control the people, but we're going to use eros, right? So they had a different method to achieve the same things that the fascist cultural shapers wanted. They were going to use eros, which of course, now when you look at Marcuse's book, Eros and Civilization, it suddenly all makes, you know, more sense. So what I believe is that you now have the connection between the American Jewish Committee and the Macy Conference that needs a lot of scrutiny, because so many people then transition back and forth between these groups. Adorno and Horkheimer attended the Cybernetic Conference, which in my opinion was the most mischievous and malevolent of the different Macy subgroups. And there, according to researchers, the authoritarian personality was circulated among the people who were attending one of the conferences. So you now, you know, and because of time, I'm not going to go into it, but there is all of these individuals that now transition back and forth from the Macy, from the AG, from the American Jewish Committee into the Macy Conference and into MKUltra. So you, and incidentally, also into the Princeton Radio Project, which I think is actually kind of just a precursor of mind control for that. Then the science is developed and becomes MKUltra. So you can see you have this strand. Now, you know, I don't like to be the one to bring out this concept because, you know, it does irritate a lot of people, but it looks like the part of the impetus that is inside of the secret society is this struggle and the technology that comes right from Moses straight into the MKUltra. So when you get to the MKUltra reunion video that we've been showing, and you've got Leary, Al Hubbard, Stanley Osmond, you've got a lot of different seeming...
Humphrey Osmond, yeah.
Excuse me. You have a lot of different ethnicities represented. I think it'd be a good idea to get that nailed down because, one of the things that does trouble me is that it would make a lot of sense that the secret society would have a secret ethnicity. And so when you look at like the 20th century, and it has the famous Holocaust, but then if you look into the numbers, you see that the real death situation was a Gentile situation. I mean, I would ask anyone who listens to this to come up with the number of how many Gentiles died in wars and war-related events during the 20th century. You can't even get within 15 million people. I mean, it's just a rounding error. There's certainly hundreds of millions. And so the question is what really is inside of our political class? You know, these days you look at Pizzagate, and I know it's not something that is has kind of hard evidence, but there's enough there to be really troubled that you have a kind of bifurcation between the secret society and the population. There's enough evidence. I mean, for example, the spirit cooking business with Marina Abramovich. I I think I can make sense out of the symbolism of this. I think it goes back into the basically a rebellion against humor, black humor that's in the Gospels. But if that's the case, if I'm right about that, then you're looking at a very, very long-standing secret society that has hatred and could well be something that is going to be really necessary, to bring to the people's attention. So when I'm here and I'm listening to the presentations by Hans and Steve, I am absolutely wrapped in attention. I just could probably record this and listen to it a dozen times because the information you guys have just couldn't be more important. It proves that this society exists. So we want to now move into an analysis phase where we start identifying what is the centrifugal, what is the real political, the theological, the ethnic perspective of the society. I've made a suggestion, that we try to get DNA evidence of the famous oligarchic families and then compare them to see if they are a family, if they're an ethnicity. I mean, what in the hell are they? But I think that would be the sort of the next phase. Is that what's happening now is, and I'm sorry to be long-winded, but what's happening now is that the fake news, the mainstream media, is being exposed. I mean, you're down to under 33% of the population thinks it's reliable. So the alternative media, which is led by independent researchers like the four of us, is winning out. We're winning against the propaganda device because the people can tell that, maybe we're wrong, but my God, we're sincere. We're working as hard as we can. We're trying to find the truth out about the world. And so the people are coming over to us. And so hopefully all of our research can be valuable to push people to go further and try to identify. The next step, I think, is identifying, what are the theological, ethnic, and political reasons that the secret society exists. And then we can all work together, hopefully, to do something about it.
Yeah, and this whole fake news bit really seems like a last-ditch effort by the MSM to save themselves from the alternative media. But now what's happened is now these different news stations have started hurling at each other, and then the other day you had Trump going on national TV calling CNN fake news, which it absolutely is.
It's collapsing. Yeah, it's collapsing.
Yeah, the mockingbird got mocked.
Right, exactly. So, their whole scheme of rolling out this, conspiracy theory-like term is actually appears to be backfiring. Now, Steve, you had found this, and this is the CIA dispatch here about them using the term conspiracy theory, and no doubt that the CIA or one of these, think tanks, et cetera, created this, new fake news term that they're tossing around, and it has the exact same patterns as the one created by the Warren Commission, which is conspiracy theory. But, this whole thing... I think
it's backfired on them because fake news is just a fantastic hashtag. And we're in the day of hashtags, which Trump understands, but his rivals don't seem to understand. They dismiss Twitter as an insignificant medium because it's only 140 characters and it's all memes and hashtags. Well, it just determined the presidential election of the United States. I mean, I think it's pretty significant, but incredibly well suited to manipulation and to sophistry.
Well, remember, it's like we don't create fake news. We don't do news. We do analysis. I mean, I listened to Stephen Hans. I didn't hear any fake news. I heard a lot of analysis, really clear and honest analysis. I mean, it takes the mind forward with cognition. And it didn't, and the way you guys bring it out, it just, everyone thinks better after listening to your presentations. I mean, but you see, that's the difference. They have to have fake news, because they are simply trying to propagandize and keep the sheep in line. So, of course, they represent history. We always bring analysis, We just say, look, these are the facts that we have, and this is analysis to try to give an interpretive framework to explain why these things exist in this manner. They don't do analysis. They give news. They give like, this is real, that's real, but of course, they're nonsense. And so, yeah, it's not surprising that the whole fake news meme just blew up on them. And I'm thinking that this is going to be a pattern, that as they try to defend themselves going forward, more and more, the defense will lead back to their claims about history, and they can't defend them. There's no analysis to defend this crap. So the ones who are going to win out will be the citizen researchers. So I'm telling you guys, we may be small, but we're mighty.
Yeah. Well, the response of the Moloch machine may be to up the meds of all of them.
Yeah,
so they don't know that the fake news is taking over.
They're gonna try to up the meds.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in on a couple things.
Yeah.
Here. because I'm feeling mighty now.
You are mighty. You don't have to feel it.
I hope I'm
Mighty
not
Hans.
small. If you guys think I'm small, I should have opened some of those emails I've gotten. Bad joke. But the idea of fake news, it also shows, look, we have linguistic warfare. We have the encoding of what we're allowed to discuss in these very narrow ranges, right? And so, but, you know, in that sense, you could look at it as kind of a fake news. But even notice the dumbing down. They're not saying artificial news. They're not saying fraudulent news, fake news, right? So you have this idea, though, that, you know, we have everything. You don't even know what's real anymore, right? Unless you actually encounter something outside your own door, you have no idea if it actually happened. And I wanted to draw that back to my point with Joe. In fact, no, I didn't mean to imply that the 1960s, I mean, they have a massive repercussions, but in fact, they're like a religious story. It's like, you know, you have the birth of Muhammad and his martyrdom. So you have the 1960s golden generation, then it ended, but it's still alive, you know, so it's like this religious ritual that people are still locked into. And so many people are still locked into that. You know, it's seen as the last time we were really free. I mean, you know, we were there, man, we could have changed the world. We did change the world. You don't know what it was like. Yeah, man, you know, and that's, you know, it's the ritualized aspect of it, I think, and the fact that we have not escaped from that music, right? We're still orbiting around all the music that was done in that era, you know, whether it's a contrarian music or something that goes against it. So we've just been so much locked down cognitively by the 1960s and the idealization of this, right? That it's something that it's become a new religion. And in fact, I think that's a lot of what's going on again, is taking these, you know, all the research on anthropology, on psychology, whatever, and creating this amalgamation of basically you're setting up all these nets to sort of capture any possibility of dissent, right? Because if your goal or your mission is to completely subjugate the entire planet and every single possible point of freedom, it's quite a complex endeavor that requires, you know, multiple, you know, strategies. But Joey, to take your point, that I think that there is a point where we're starting to come back. Of course, then you have the next stage where the velvet glove comes off, you know, and they start, you know, we get the vans coming out and arresting people. You know, people
right. Well, that's definitely going to. I mean, look, we're on a course for that to happen. There's just no way that the internet can stay up, and the fake news can continue to have some effect over the population. I mean, think about it. What are they going to do, regardless of how you define the secret society, the ruling elite? What in the hell are they going to do as their malfeasance is exposed, right? What else can they do?
I mean, they've got Allen Ginsberg singing songs about their malfeasance 30 years ago, and they're still trading drugs more than ever.
Well, you know, and
just keep going just as they were, you know.
Well, and talk about red herring, because here Allen Ginsberg was working for the CIA. His uncle Oscar Janiger was CIA, MKULTRA. They're all promoting the CIA's agenda, and then he's like, you know, look over there at the CIA's opium and heroin smuggling, while we're CIA pushing LSD and mushrooms and, you know, the rest of this stuff.
Right. Well, it's like the limited hangout where he gains the ability to be taken seriously by his audience because he's criticizing the government. You know, I mean, you know, they have to, in black propaganda, the old routine, you've got to develop trust. So how do they do it? You know, how does Gloria Steinem develop trust if she's going to try to assist the destruction of the, you know, nuclear family? Well, she attacks the males, right? And you know, she has all of these really good reasons why they should be attacked. And then that's the trust. So that then, you know, as she goes forward with Ms. Magazine, people will just take her seriously. They won't consider that, wait a second, this just could be sophistry. This could just be a clever argument that's being used for a political purpose against me. So, you know, it's Ginsberg sang the song, which I thought was incredible. What a great find that is. And also, and Steve, I just wanted to compliment you on another thing. I've had a lot of difficulty in nailing down Ginsburg and NAMBLA. I think that's a very important connection. And to have a clip like that is just, I mean, that just is fantastic. So I'm glad it exists. I wasn't aware of it, and thanks for bringing it out. I mean, it just shows what we have been dealing with in terms of our cultural influence, right?
Can I just address that clip specifically, Joe?
Yeah.
It's from a movie, Chicken Hawk, which is a 1994 movie about men who love boys. And that came up in the Pizzagate research because one of the things in the movie talks about bucks fishing and camping is actually code word for these guys. That bucks fishing and camping is how they seduce the young boys. They take them on camping trips through the Boy Scouts or whatever it is. So very funny that movie that came up in Pizzagate, Ginsburg is in it as well. But yeah, I'm with you. It was not easy to find an image of Ginsburg specifically associating with NAMBLA, even though it seems like that association was a pretty prominent thing in his life.
Yeah, there are some print magazines that I've heard of, that have, Ginsburg writing editorials and stuff like that. I don't have copies of those. I probably want to if I did. But there is, and again, you have to remember, pre-internet, you got a lot of stuff circulated by post. So, I've been kind of following the Ginsburg thing because of, Hakeem Bey, Peter Lamborn Wilson too. But I mean, but there's some places, like his later works, his collected works. So he's got, these poems, or he's riding around on trains, and looking for boys and all this stuff. And it's just, like Howell had so many, like, that book, Howell had the obscenity trials, right? So these are also forays against sort of smashing the quote unquote censorship, right? That's keeping us in prison, And so, how it was a central thing with this obscenity, and we're looking at obscenity, freedom of speech, and then we can get Behind the Green Door coming out, right? Now we have freedom of speech, and now we have 24/7 totally available pornography that literally is completely warping and destroying the generation that's coming up right now. I mean, maybe they'll recover from it. It looks like they are, but and they're all, there's always this backtracking. For example, they have what is it? I think it's NBC is now hiring all these white male anchors. Okay, well, maybe we attacked the white male. Maybe they figured it out too much. I mean, that's something, where, look, whatever group you are, that's fine. But when you create this demonization, when you create this fracturing and violence, I mean, look at the violence behind the recent protests against Trump or whatever, and all this stuff. So you have embedded, and that's just going back to our thing about the 60s, behind that peace and love, you have this violence, which came out, right? So, you know what I mean? It's like the whole thing. I mean, and I maybe don't want to give people more credit than they deserve, because, I mean, to orchestrate something like that is quite an accomplishment. But on the other hand, if looking at network theory, psychological typology, and these, again, use quantitative numerical analyses, so you can actually come up with formula, and you come up with, particular things, and say, we're going to do this, what'll happen? We'll do that, what'll happen? I mean, that's, there's always the danger, I guess, of saying everything is orchestrated, every single thing is fake, right? But to pull back from that and say that
Hans, we would just be silly to not look at the conclusion of the authoritarian personality, where they say I'll get you the actual quote if you want. They say, look, we're going to do what the Nazis did, except we're going to use arrows. And we would be crazy to not look at that statement and then look at, as you point out, Ginsburg's his work being a avant-garde of pornography, right? And not see the connections, from this group through Ginsburg and then into pornography in general. I mean, I said this was like a strand that you could take. You can start out with Moses Hess, but you can also do pornography strands, right?
Well, Kinsey's a good strand.
Sure. Yeah, Kinsey, for example, but you can just take these strands and then work through them and see how all these things connect. But I just think that you really want to focus on a group that had the capacity and the science background and the funding and the connections into military intelligence that claims that they're going to use arrows to control populations. You have to at least use that statement and that group as a candidate, right? You can't just say, well, I mean, it's all like kind of the same logic and the same people. I mean, this is a candidate for the pornographic plague.
Well, absolutely. And what I wanted to say that is, it just, you look at it as such a massive endeavor, but on the other hand, how many people, percentage-wise, during the 1960s were actually hippies, right?
Yeah.
It's blown up as this huge phenomena, and everyone is a part of it. How many were hangers-on? I saw some comments, on some of these, videos from that era, and they're saying it was only a few people that were really there. I mean, they're blowing it up. They're pumping it up with the media. It's constantly reinforced. And, at the same time, you have this, it's a Janus-faced God. It's the double-headed eagle, where you're controlling both polarities. It's the chessboard, black and white, so you're working both strands against each other, positive and negative, right? And that's how you create this energy, which is the destructive force to annihilate the social fabric. And in fact, the entire, I think, ultimately, about 95% of the human race is, I think that's where it's headed towards.
Sure. I mean, the Georgia Guidestone lays out the population numbers. I was happy to see the Doors there. I wonder if they played The End, and as an homage to the Masons who created it. And so, it's like there are, we had the Be-In, and it was, an operation against our culture. Today, I think we've offered an alternative. I was thinking maybe we could call it the Think-In. I mean, maybe that wouldn't be the right approach, but it's just, what we're giving is is a real revelation. The stuff that you guys are bringing up, it just constantly, I'm just amazed at this stuff. It's so important because it's really exposing this central moment when culture changed direction and who was in back of it. And the malfeasance becomes really clear when you give all of these examples and you explain them the way they are. So, it's we're trying to give the population a way to defend themselves through our research, because I'm pretty sure that they're rolling it out again, guys. It looks to me like, this is they're getting ready for another summer of love.
Absolutely.
With microdosing this time.
Yeah.
Next it'll be nano dosing.
Yeah.
Is this a good segue, perhaps, for Jan to you take over for your segment?
Well,
yeah, let's hear from Jan.
Oh boy. Well, I've kind of interspersed what I had to say throughout, and it's what we're looking at is, again, this thing. I mean, you've covered it, Steve and Hans, going back to H.G. Wells and Aldous Huxley, and realizing that the key thing that the audience should really try to get hold of is, just because on a surface layer it appears that something is anti-establishment doesn't mean that it actually is. Now, we did a show recently exposing Stephen Hager, the former editor-in-chief of High Times magazine, and counterintelligence and the alt media continued Stephen Hager. But the reason why I bring up Hager is on his website a couple years ago, and I'm just pulling it up now, I found a really good quote from him that really summarizes what the agenda is, and even High Times magazine itself. And that is this quote here. But that's the way spooks play their games. If there's going to be a social movement against whatever you're doing, it's best if you secretly create and orchestrate that movement against yourself right away so that it never does any unintended damage to your personal fortunes. So, this is exactly what we see is as Hans put it, and Albania, Yugoslavia, they all use this double-headed eagle symbol, and I never even considered it in the context that Hans just put it in, splitting it both ways, creating the dialectic between the two. But this is exactly what we see. They're playing both sides, and once we understand that, then we can protect ourselves and our families and be aware of how it works. Drugs being illegal, well, therefore, how could it be what the establishment wants that we take drugs? And that's where the thinking stops. They don't even question if the question itself is accurate, and it goes back to that Thomas Pynchon quote that I'm often citing. Let me see if I can find that one. It's, if they get you asking the wrong questions, they don't have to worry about the answers. So if we're asking the wrong questions, Jan's an idiot, or Steve and Hans and Joe, these guys were all idiots because, LSD's illegal. How could they want us to take LSD? That's ridiculous. If that's the end of your question, if you're asking the wrong questions, you're never going to get to the answer. Rather than assuming that you know what the CIA wants, look at quotes like from Julian West, and he says, and I'll read this. It's going to take a second here. Where did it just go? He says, the role of drugs in the exercise of political control is coming under increasing discussion. Control can be through prohibition or supply. The total or even partial prohibition of drugs gives the government considerable leverage for other types of control. An example would be the selective application of drug laws permitting immediate search or no-knock entry against selected components of the population, such as members of certain minority groups or political organizations. But a government could also supply drugs to help control a population. This method, foreseen by Aldous Huxley in Brave New World, 1932, has the governing element employing drugs selectively to manage the governed in various ways. And just a second, there's a little chunk of that quote that I want to pull up that I don't have in the online version. Let me just spell his name properly here. And so West continues, to a large extent, the numerous rural and urban communes, which provide great freedom of drug use and where hallucinogens are widely used today, are actually subsidized by our society. Their perpetuation is aided by parental or other family remittances, welfare and unemployment payments, and benign neglect by the police. In fact, it may be more convenient and perhaps even more economical to keep the growing number of economic drug users, especially of the hallucinogens, fairly isolated and apart than if they are engaging in alternative modes of expressing their alienation, such as active, organized, vigorous political protest and dissent. Meanwhile, the communards themselves use drugs like cannabis to foster social stability in a setting of relative non-governance. And this is really how I think they figured out that marijuana could be used for mind control and why we see it being legalized across the West Coast. Now, I'm wearing the official California Hemp Initiative T-shirt. I was the Inland Empire coordinator for the California Hemp Initiative from 92 to 94. I worked directly with Jack Hare for 18 years. And it says, when tensions or hostilities arise, marijuana or hashish is quickly produced and passed around, and the angler quickly goes up in smoke. The hallucinogens presently comprise a moderate but significant portion of the total drug problem in Western society. The foregoing may provide a certain frame of reference against which not only the social but also clinical problems created by these drugs can be considered. And that's from Hallucinations, Behavior, Experience, and Theory, 1975, page 298 forward. And so this is key for people to grasp when they approach this subject, is that just because you think you're being rebellious, just because you as Hans and I showed in our Music, Mind Control, and Psychobiology series, just because you're wearing the punker uniform or the burner uniform or the heavy metaler uniform or the country singer uniform, or, you know, take your pick of manufactured music-guided social division, does not mean that you are not mind controlled, does not mean that this is a real, organic separation from government and socially engineered society. As Edward Bernays put it in the opening chapter of his, in the opening page for that matter, of his book Propaganda. So when we realize that things are engineered, when we realize that if we step back and trust our own five senses to look at information, to realize that truth really does exist, not the truth. We're not going to solve the riddle of the universe and how we got here, you know, but we can know the truths. Am I holding a glass? That is a glass. We can use it. We can have common sense and verify it in the commons on what is real. You know, here's a book called The Yage Letters by William Burroughs and Allen Ginsberg on pedophilia and stuff. We can sense truths, you know, and then what people do is they take it to you can't know the truth. Well, let's bring it back down and focus on what we can know. Specific point-by-point data points that we can know the truth on, that we can verify and share with each other. And then we can begin to have original thought, and then we can break free of this mind control system. And furthermore, from there, once we're free of the mind control system, then we can begin to have true, organic, I don't want to use the word rebellion. What would be a proper word to use there? I'm not even sure. But, you know, standing up and separating from this mind control, getting out of Plato's cave of the mind, and realizing what's been going on since, you know, Emperor Titus, at least to today, probably as far back as the Mahabharata all the way to today.
Yeah, we just can't get a break. I mean, it's just been the last 2,000 years have just been a nightmare, and the future is going to be the same unless we start really getting democracy to operate, you know, for us. So, you know, you got to, you know, you have to think your way in. That's why it's a think in, not a be in. You know, the be in is just what you are is sufficient, and you can just drift. But unfortunately, we're in a food chain. Every day is a struggle, and you just have to accept it, particularly right now. So, you know, we have a difficult situation as a population, because the political class, which controls the legal and the military, are malevolent, and we are their prey. So we need to really organize. Whenever I see demonstrations, I always say to myself, man, why don't they just have coffee tables and are just trying to find ways to organize? You don't have to organize through political parties anymore. I mean, you know, we've got, with the internet, we have capacities to be creative and to come up with new ways to basically to organize. And, you know, I mean, we also have to start defending ourselves, right? And defending one another. We've got to use become a virtual family, because we can't be a physical family. It's been so beaten down. There's so much isolation, which of course also leads to misery. You know, and because we don't have the normal family structures, we don't have the emotional support. So, and then beyond all that, then there's the poisons in the environment, which, you know, take away sexuality and physical strength. So, you know, these are all challenges, but you know what? We're alive. We've got some wits, so let's use them, and let's just start, you know, moving forward. First step, all this good information, just get it out to everyone you know, and then to connect to one another. You know, start building families. If you can't build a physical family, try to build a family that exists, you know, using the internet, using associations, whatever you have, because we've got to start creating that connection again to one another, because as a group, we're powerful. They want to atomize us because we're so weak as individuals.
Yeah. That's an awesome point, Joe, and that's completely correct. And I think that we have a window right now because there still are security forces. There's people in the populations that they still want a functioning society. There's a level of propaganda that they can inculcate in the general population, but they can't push it to that extreme level where, again, you don't have the doors being knocked down and all that stuff. And I think the next stage is, of course, the automated, drone warfare, thought control, neuro Google implant or whatever. But before that point, this is a window.
Right.
Where we can take this, and this vector of the internet, right, is, and something even locally. I mean, one of the things is that you have this, unfortunately, not unfortunately, the reality is like what was engineered in the 1960s is this intergroup tension, right? So at least, we're all not tripping on LSD, and so we can read the psychedelic posters and decipher the rock lyrics, because that's why I brought up that thing about the neurophysiological aspect,
right? Yeah.
Group psychological states, but it's, I just throw this out there. I mean, you guys have that problem. I mean, there's a lot of people I encounter. I bring this stuff up. I'm sure these people I know are watching this. I mean, there's so many people I know that are so locked in to this stuff that, like, what we're talking about, even 5 minutes of it is just going to just seem like absolute insanity. So the question is, what is the strategy besides a full frontal assault? I mean, there's the thing of networking, but I think also creating alternative economic structures and also just empowerment to take this disempowerment matrix, which I think is part of the 1960s legacy, is this like Obama presidency, exact same thing. Hope and change, crash, right? It's this constant repetition of this trauma-based mind control program that was successfully engineered for the entire culture, and they just keep rolling it out again. So, I mean, obviously they're dealing with much more massive scale than we are, and that is the advantage that is here. But I think this advantage must be taken now, because already, whether AI, Steve, you're much more in the computer. They already have CEOs using AI for their corporate structure. You have AI and drone warfare just based on all the data coming up. And obviously they can't roll that out yet, but I don't think it's that far off if we don't use this window and push through.
I think the show you did, Hans, looking at the Pokemons as well. I mean, that's the next step between us and the transhumanism and the merging with the machines. Is these little electronic demons that say, go here, go there, do this, do that. And we think of the future as these robots, C3PO, walking around. Well, in 2007, DARPA had the DARPA Grand Challenge, where the challenge was for a car to negotiate an obstacle course. And it successfully did it for the first time in 2007. Now we have self-driving cars. The DARPA Grand Challenge today is robots like C3PO, humanoid robots, walking around using tools, unlocking doors, climbing stairs. And robots are doing this, completing these challenges today. So that would say that in 6 or 7 years' time, we actually can have Star Wars-style personal android humanoid robots walking around carrying our bags or whatever. But in the meantime, while these big things are happening, in fact, the danger is the small things, the Pokemons, and the physicality of the human form looking into the cell phone. Or the virtual reality, now they put the cell phone over the third eye, right next to it, with all the radiation coming right in there. And people are just going to be walking around like that. So we're hurtling towards this world. And what is the moral compass of the designers of this technology? Well, I know many of the people that are building these systems, and in fact, an enormous amount of them go to Burning Man. And the moral compass and values of Burning Man are be whoever you want to be. Do what thou wilt, Have sex with whoever you want to have sex with. If you want to have polyamory and multiple partners, that's great. Take LSD, that's great. It's if you want to be cool, take these suggestogens, these hallucinogenic drugs, and just don't rock the boat. Don't cause trouble. And so in order to create this electronic prison system to enslave the whole planet, literally a net cast around the whole planet, they had to convince the people building it to love their servitude. And they had to really have them so navel-gazing so much and so focused on their immediate pleasures and censored, that they didn't notice that they were actually building this horrific tool for the oligarchs. And, I think the beauty of the internet is that there is an element of freedom has been built into it from the beginning. And some of the people who put it together were wizards who, maybe they were working for the world's biggest arms manufacturer, but they saw the other side and they saw the potential of the liberation of this thing. And if there's one thing we have to fight for, it really is to keep the internet free, freedom of speech to be there.
Right.
And what we have on our side is not just the truth, but we have a methodology in the trivium and in level of evidence quality. And if everybody followed this methodology, it would be easy for them to work out what's fake news and what's real.
Absolutely.
I just want to say there are real signs of progress. The percentage of the population that thinks that mainstream media is reliable is at an all-time low, and it's collapsing. It's under 33%, first time in history. 17% of the population believe in the existence of Bigfoot. So we're approaching absolute ground zero, and this is being that belief, that they are not reliable means that the minds are open, and that means that even though, like I said, we're small, we're mighty, because there is an army. If you look at Pizzagate, there were tens of thousands of researchers, trying to find the truth and communicating with hundreds of little tiny groups of thousands and things like that. I think that was really why they came up with fake news. I think that was the concept that they were trying desperately to see if they could head off, this whole window of oligarchic behavior getting opened up. But the fact is that we are winning right now. It may not be the total war, but the 66% that doesn't believe mainstream media, every one of them is a mind that's open. They may not know the facts, they may not agree with everything we're trying to present, but their minds are open. And this is the first time, we've ever had this opportunity. We have the combination of open minds and a way to reach them. So we just have to, like Hans said, this is a window, and it's an all hands work party. Everyone just has to go as fast as they can to get as many people up to speed with an understanding of what is in our government, what is in the in the world of control around us as possible. So, that's why these shows are so valuable, because they reach people and they get them to hopefully take action.
Thanks, Joe. Well, maybe just to sort of wrap things up a little bit here, we could just return to the human being. I have probably another half a dozen slides just to highlight who some of the people were. What do you guys think?
Love it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll go back. Share the screen.
I believe in Bigfoot, Jan. we know we've succeeded when more people believe in Bigfoot than the mainstream media.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
But
I think one of the interesting things Jan's had recently is the entire dinosaur conspiracy, and dinosaurs may not be real.
Yeah, it looks like, and of course, immediately Joe Rogan and these guys are out there trying to suppress it, but it looks like, what do they call it, paleontology or whatever is fake. It's like the Piltdown hoax that Julian Huxley and Pierre Desjardins were involved in.
So this guy, Dick Gregory, he's still, you may have recognized him. I can't read the name of his autobiography, but you can all see it there on the screen. And he's an ex-military guy. He's a comedian. Like Ken Kesey, he's a charismatic athlete, track and field star. He got talent spotted by Hugh Hefner. And Hugh Hefner said, that's the guy we need. Bring him in, get him doing comedy at the Playboy Club. So that's a hell of a lucky break for a young comedian. He was part of a fraternity, Alpha Phi Alpha. It was the first full-fledged African-American college fraternity, also featuring Jesse Owens, Charlie Rangel, Martin Luther King, and Duke Ellington. During the 1980 Iran hostage crisis, he was sent to Tehran to do the negotiations. So this is a little bit like Dennis Rodman showing up in North Korea, you know what I mean? Like, who are we going to get to negotiate with the crazy Ayatollahs? Oh, we'll get this black comedian. So yeah, quite a bit of a strange story there. He's also supposedly the guy that put Prince onto chemtrails. Prince spoke about chemtrails on the Tonight Show, something like that, and was dead in less than a year. So this could be another thing like Ginsburg, limited hangout, or he could be genuinely students trying to expose the conspiracy, but it seems like he was connected to it. Next one is Lenore Kandel. She's a poet. She got star billing. She is also Jewish. Her book was To Fuck with Love, and then The Love Book, which also got its own obscenity trial, all centering around the City Lights bookstore. And she's in a Jack Kerouac novel, Big Sur, as Romana Swartz, a big Romanian monster beauty. She's married to one of the senior guys of the Hells Angels, and she played a part in Kenneth Anger's Invocation of my Demon Brother. And it turned out that it was her birthday, so she had supposedly 15,000 people singing happy birthday to her, which you can imagine that at a concert today, but I guess back then hadn't been done too often. Another guy named on the poster is Jerry Rubin. He's also representing the New Left. He's a co-founder of the Yippies with Abby Hoffman, Paul Krasner. They're both Jewish as well. He went to the Hebrew University, planned the world's largest teach-in, protest against the Vietnam War. His father was part of the teach and he's connected to the Weather Underground. Bill Ayers, quite radical. I think there's like some dead policemen. They were blowing up buildings. And this is where Barack Obama had his first political meeting. So he was brought into politics by this Berkeley, Alinsky-centered Weather Underground kind of radical communist terrorist group. And the Weather Underground, they're the guys that busted Leary out from jail in California. Then he showed up to join the Black Panthers, who were in exile in Algeria. The Black Panthers thought that he was a spy, so they got rid of Leary. And this guy, Jerry Rubin, is famous for the first use of cunt on television. Killed in a car accident. Then we have all the San Francisco rock bands, and I'm just going to go through quickly, but I wanted to highlight a couple of things in particular with the Grateful Dead and with Jefferson Airplane. So Grateful Dead, Jerry Garcia had a secret security clearance. Let me flick ahead to that. So I got a FOIA response on Jerry's military records, 115 pages. This information was accessed by his biographer in 1994, was the last time. But it showed a couple of interesting things. And one was that the name of parent is Ruth Marie Matusiewicz, which I haven't seen that name in any of the other material about Jerry Garcia. Sounds like a Jewish name to me as well. And then the other thing that was very fascinating was that he has a secret security clearance. And that's Jerry Garcia's security clearance there. So he was involved in working with the Nike missiles, and they gave him this clearance, and then they decided that he was unfit for military service and he was dirty and untidy and wouldn't make his bed and stuff like that. And they had to get rid of him and discharge him. So I've got the papers proving that story happened and he was discharged, but there's no papers to say that the secret security clearance was ever discharged when he left. So that's very interesting. It certainly does support all of our other work into the Grateful Dead. Mickey Hart, he was raised Jewish. Tom Constantine was into Scientology. He came out of the USAF. Phil Lesh, also into Scientology. He met Jerry Garcia at KPFA Radio in Berkeley. Michael Aquino's mother was one of the founders of KPFA. And Phil Lesh actually tried out for the 6th Army Band at the Presidio. And he didn't make the cut, which is interesting because he's an extraordinarily talented musician.
Steve, I hate to interrupt you. Can you give me the spelling of Garcia's his real last name?
Sure. It is Matusiewicz.
Thank you so much.
And that's his mother's name on his military record. So the record's 115 pages, and later there's other areas where because he was only 17 when he signed up, he had to have his guardian approve it, and other areas where the mother signed and used a different last name for signing. So very, very strange that you'd have two different names on a record like that.
Right, yeah.
Just back to the other members of the Grateful Dead, Bear Owsley, he also did a stint in the Air Force. He was only in there for about a year. It's very, very difficult to determine what he did, why he got out, or anything like that. He's a little bit of a ghost in the Air Force. but it's unusual to go to the military and leave again in less than a year. But both Garcia and Owsley did that. Alembic, that were making a lot of the amplifiers for the Grateful Dead, they were sharing suppliers with the military, and sometimes they had to wait on orders for the Grateful Dead because the Navy had a big order for the same type of amps. So it's just further proof that what Owsley was doing with that wall of sound was that's military-grade amplification and electronics technology. Bob Weir and John Perry Barlow went to this Fountain Valley School in Colorado, and so did Aldous Huxley's son. This is like kind of an elite boarding school for bad boys for the horsey set. Bill Kreutzmann, the drummer, he also went to a similar type of elite boarding school for a little while. And when he was going to school in Palo Alto, he met Aldous Huxley when he was 12, and Aldous encouraged him to take up drumming. So that's pretty amazing that you'd meet Aldous Huxley as a boy. He'd say, hey, you should keep going with that drumming. And then you grow up to be the drummer for the Grateful Dead, or one of the drummers. We also have Hank Harrison, who dedicated earlier versions of his book about the Dead to the boys at Bohemian Grove. And that I do have a copy of the book with that dedication in. It was removed from subsequent editions. And then you have the Grateful Dead's doctor, Larry Brilliant, going on to found the Well with Stuart Brown. I mean, this is much, much more than your average rock and roll band. And the same is the case with Jefferson Airplane. So Paul Lauren Kantner, he in the 80s, he went on a 2-year mission to Nicaragua to infiltrate the Sandinistas. And he took with him Chris Christopherson, whose father was a top general in the Air Force. So, that's what you do, of course. Go infiltrate a guerrilla group. I'm sure they really need some aging rock stars. There was some comments in the chat room that we really need to speak about Zionists, and I agree. I've got absolutely no problem at all with any of the world's religions, and certainly not the Jewish faith. But Zionism is something that there are Christian Zionists as well, and it really is a Rothschild plan implemented with their allies and associates, funded by them. I don't really think it's brought anything good at all to the world, this plan. So Kantner went to a Jesuit military school. He was the same year at the school as Tom Fogerty from Creedence Clearwater Revival. The original vocalist for Jefferson Airplane died on the same day as Paul Kantner, which is like a weird twist of fate. They were both 74. Spencer Dryden from the band, he was Charlie Chaplin's nephew, and his dad worked for Chaplin, his half-brother, for quite a long time. He's Jewish. Grace Slick, her dad was an investment banker. Her last name is Wing. He was at Whedon and Company, and her mum was descended from people that came across on the Mayflower. Marty Balin, his name was really Martin Jarrell Buchwald. He's Jewish as well. He was knocked out at Altamont. Yorma Kalkonen, also Jewish. His dad was in the FBI and in the State Department. And then you've got Jack Cassidy, Jewish again, and also family in the US since the 1600s, coming out from Washington, D.C. again to the West Coast to start bands out here. And just something to mention as well, when I showed earlier the Fillmore being located the same place as Temple Beauty and the Albert Pike Masonic Center, the first Jews that came to the Bay Area, many of them were Freemasons. So the first Freemasons and the first Jews in San Francisco, you're talking about the same people. So that's very, very interesting mix for a band. And then the guy goes on to Nicaragua. Then you got this guy, Lawrence Ferlinghetti from the City Lights bookstore. It doesn't sound particularly Jewish, does it, the name Ferlinghetti, but it turns out that, they have a Sephardic heritage, and he is actually from the family that founded Monsanto. He was an Eagle Scout, and he was a Navy officer as well, a common background for guys that get involved in this counterculture. Gary Snyder, one of the beats on the star billing, he's a poet. And he was very good friends with Rod Garrett, who was the designer of Black Rock City, Burning Man. So there's a link between the Beats and Burning Man. He was also roommates with Jack Kerouac for a while, and he's a figure in the Dharma Burns as Jaffe Ryder, won a Pulitzer Prize. And then Michael McClure, you talked about the Doors earlier, Hans, and this guy was very good friends with Morrison and with Ray Manzarek. He actually went on a spoken word sort of tour with Manzarek, and he's the prince of the San Francisco scene. They consider this guy McClure as the one that was responsible for Jim Morrison being recognized as a poet. So I guess after the Doors, Morrison, he didn't really want to be a musician. He just wanted to hang out and be a poet and take a lot of drugs. And this guy was perhaps facilitating that. He wrote the song Mercedes-Benz for Janis Joplin and a play called The Beard. And then we have Jack Weinberg and Mario Savio. So these guys are also representing the new left. And Jack Weinberg is the guy that came up with Don't Trust Anyone Over 30, which Larry adopted to be Don't Trust Anyone Over 40 for his turn on, tune in, drop out thing. But this guy Savio, they approached him. Sorry, I might have my facts confused of which one. Anyway, one of these two guys, it might have been Weinberg, he got approached on the campus at Berkeley and they asked him to produce identification. He said, "This isn't Nazi Germany. I'm not giving you my papers." So they could put him in a police car to take him down to the station. And the car was surrounded by students. And it ended up being 3,000 students around this car for 32 hours, with them doing radio broadcasts and things like that from the top of the police car. This was a hugely symbolic thing for the free speech movement coming out of Berkeley and the New Left. Now, was this a classic Hegelian case of counterculture being engineered? When you look at things like the Black Panthers and Angela Davis was trained by the Tavistock Institute, I would say it's very, very likely that the New Left and the elements of the radical counterculture coming out of UC Berkeley were definitely controlled opposition. And then the other side of it coming out of Stanford and the Stuart Brand group and the hippie side, that was being engineered as well. And there's probably intelligence agency ties behind both groups. Maybe it's the same, maybe it's different factions or whatever, but we see them all coming together in this gathering of the tribes. And then finally, the last name is Robert Baker, and it's been very, very hard to work out who Robert Baker is. But this guy, Richard Baker, sometimes there's a Richard Robert Baker as well. But, he's hanging out with all of these beat guys. He's at Berkeley organizing poetry conferences with all of the poets that are speakers at this event. So it seems it's a very likely candidate for this guy. It may not be him. But anyway, he changed his name to Zentatsu Richard Baker, and he took over the San Francisco Zen Buddhism Center, which was founded by Gregory Bateson. He's married to Prince Charles's cousin and started the Greens restaurant at Fort Mason. So this San Francisco Zen Center is when William Leonard Picard, the LSD chemist, came out of one of his earlier stretches at Terminal Island, the same prison they sent Leary to. He met Mujahideen from Afghanistan and heroin dealers and got all these Stinger missile deals. And there to 2 years in this SF Zen Center as he was reintegrating to society before he went to Harvard's Kennedy School of Government and started working with the State Department and CIA on this trade of 810 tons of heroin for the Stinger missiles. So, these harmless-looking monks, they turn out to have really quite remarkable backgrounds.
Guys, I got to run. Deepest respect to all of you. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. And
Thanks, Joe.
We should make this an annual event.
Maybe every 10 years.
Yeah, bye, bye, Hans. Thank you so much, brothers. And I hope to let's all get together soon because this was a lot of fun for me. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Likewise, Joe. It was great.
All right, buddy. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So, I mean, I'm pretty much done on my presentation. I've just got some more clips of that to show. I might maybe end it with a bit of Leary's turn on, tune in, drop out record. But why don't you guys make some closing comments before we do that?
Yeah, Steve, I just wanted to throw out there, Owsley, from my research, he did work in signals intelligence, radar stuff. The type of speakers that they had to order, they're using for submarines, ELF, extremely low frequency tones, right? I'm not saying the Grateful, but that's the naval type of speakers. And just as another thing, of course, BlackRock Investments is one of the largest, like Cerebus, largest investment groups, right? And they fund the private prison industry founded in 1988. So you just wonder, the BlackRock investment, and then when did Burning Man start? It was around the same time.
1986, and then 1990 is when it moved to the Blackrock Desert.
But okay, anyways, just throwing it out there.
Yeah, well, also Blackwater, and the owner of Blackwater has the most popular art car at Burning Man. It's the Mercenary Army. And then on the amplifier thing, one of the things that I saw that was being done with both Ampex, the tape people that were getting access to the LSD, working with the Grateful Dead, and with the amplifiers, was they were simulating the sounds of Russian submarines to test their own anti-submarine warfare capabilities. So they would have a big speaker underwater playing as if it was a Russian sub, and they would have incredibly high quality recordings, presumably, of what a Russian sub sounds like up close, and then they would see if they could detect that in their own submarine. So, yeah, I mean, you guys have brought up this point earlier of Stuart Brand is running around with this military grade strobe light and things like that, and we've got these guys go to Burning Man with military grade flamethrowers that the Stanford anthropology department just happens to have access to. Jan, I'm not hearing you.
Sorry, this person, Spiral Cosmos Art, says, Jan, Joe, and Steve, I have yet to find much of your discourse exposing the LSD pushers as positive for encouraging Vietnam War draft dodgers. So I guess what the argument is that rather than coming out with the truth about the war, they were mind-controlled by the CIA to then fight against the war that the CIA and military intelligence community launched in the first place.
Well, I think this person brings up a pretty good point about the draft dodging, and we have to look at the rise of the communes across the United States. That in 1962, there was a few dozen communes, and by the end of the 60s, there was more than 10,000. That's from Professor Fred Turner at Stanford. And so the tune in, turn on, drop out, it's like, listen to what's happening. Oh, my God, there's a war and everything. What's going on? I might be drafted, but now take these drugs. You'll fail the drug test and won't be able to get in the military anyway.
Well,
and drop out, go to a commune, and so you don't have to worry about going to, get your head blown off.
Yeah, and the whole LSD drug nudity thing, all these hippies showing up at the protests and all this really destroyed the anti-war movement of people that were already there in, straight people in suits and stuff. And then what happened was all of these hippies came in naked on, high on drugs, smoking weed, and they took credibility out of the anti-war movement. So, they really damaged it more than anything. So, people need to stop looking at things on the surface and assuming that it was LSD that caused the anti-war movement. That's pretty absurd.
And a lot of the hippies were better educated. They had college degrees. They had parents with college degrees and things like that. So, even if they were draft dodgers, you still have the working class, right? The quote unquote becoming the cannon fodder like it is now. So, and then look how long it took for the war to end. When did the Vietnam War end? Like 74 or something, wasn't it? I mean, it just dragged on.
Yeah.
For years.
Thanks, hippies.
It was absolutely ineffectual.
Yeah. And it's like, so what we did was we wiped out a whole not only the people that went to Vietnam were wiped out, but a whole middle-class generation was wiped out in the United States and dumbed down and turned into deadheads, literally. And so we're supposed to think that, this was some great thing because, they thought they were protesting the war when it was a whole orchestrated movement like that Stephen Hager quote I read earlier. So
you've
anyway.
Seized up the...
What's that?
You just seized up for a second.
Oh, I skipped out. It says, so according to, this person can't spell my name properly, so according to Jan, the CIA and powers that shouldn't be played both hands. Yes, that's exactly what we've been saying this entire show, if you watched it, is that they were controlling both sides. So I would recommend going back and starting at the beginning of this show and watching it all the way through so that you can grasp it. Hans even talked about the the double-headed eagle and how this stuff plays into that.
Yeah, I think one of the really key aspects about the Vietnam War is the drug addiction, right? That and this began with the Civil War, when heroin had just been opium had been synthesized into heroin, and needles had been injected. So they were able to inject heroin on the battlefield, and people would have wounds that would be horrifically painful, but they could give them these painkillers, treat the wounds, and all these field hospitals arose. But as a consequence, many people left the Civil War addicted to heroin. And we saw the same thing in the Vietnam War, that many of the soldiers over there, they were either getting the heroin and morphine to treat their war because they were seeing a lot more hand-to-hand combat than in previous military conflicts, or they were doing it recreationally. And we had people like, I think it was Tim Scully, would have been Nick Sand, but the Brotherhood of Eternal Love, they manufactured 1 million hits of LSD to ship to Vietnam to stop the war. And people were they were listening to this music from the Haight-Ashbury, the 60s tracks, and they were doing the drugs, and they came back with a serious dependency as well as PTS and difficulties reintegrating to society. So if you went to the war, you were screwed. They got you with the drugs or you got killed. And if you didn't go to the war, if you resisted and you're a draft dodger, they got you with the drugs again when you were at the commune.
Yeah, and I'm just going to touch a couple points that were just there. I forgot the first one, but I wanted to mention the narco ballads. I think you brought that up, Steve, is that, what they have is this rebirth of the Mayan human sacrifice cult. There's massive amounts of human sacrifice rituals, black magic rituals being performed all over Mexico with human sacrifice. There's lots of famous stories. That one guy who was kind of a drug kingpin who was even, political figures would come. He's doing all these human sacrifice rituals. It's rampant all throughout Mexico. And even coming in the U.S., and unfortunately the guy that owned the house that I'm living now was actually running a drug cocaine cartel. I haven't found the kilos of cocaine behind the walls yet. Still hoping. But so we have this thing, and then this dissolution of the mind, right? This destruction. And even, for example, you're going to rebel. You want to change society. I just want to make the statement. You see people in Europe, maybe not anymore, but people that say, you have some respect for how you look decent. Okay, if you're a mad scientist, that's one thing. But, if you go out there, half naked and you're covered in mud, who the hell's, is that showing anything? It's just subverting your message. If you shave your head and you have your mohawk, the uniform. Since when did the counterculture have to have a specific uniform? There can be a subtle uniform, like the Beats kind of had a subtle uniform, so to speak, right? You could see someone's part of that subculture, but then this radical redressing in different ways, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's kind of faded out now because with the body modification cult and all this stuff, I think you reach that extreme point where people are getting surgery to look like cats and lizards and stuff. I think that uniform type of thing has kind of been retracted, but I just find that, this idea that, that somehow, the drugs or the LSD prevented war or not, because you just get psychosis. You look at these drug cults in Mexico. You can do any kind of drug. How many, it's not like, if you take too much of a sedative, you're going to fall asleep. Yeah. But there's lots of people, that have done horrible things on hallucinogens, and just examples being these, Santo Daime church things where people freaked out and came inside and murdered people. This happened it happened in Brazil, it happened in Japan, possibly happened in the U.S., where people are there at their, dancing around, singing in Portuguese, tripping, feeling great, and a couple people leave and come back and hack people to death with machetes. So, this is, and it's probably happened more, except it's being promoted by the government, right? So if this stuff is countercultural, how the hell is it spun so positively by the media? I think that should be the first basic clue for anyone who's suspecting that we have fallacious reasoning or something. That's the first question. Why? How many other things were not promoted? It's very easy to make something go dark in the media, right? You're not getting written up in the New York Times. You're not getting massive media coverage. So.
You know, somebody just said in the chat room, well, you know, Gary Snyder out of UC Davis, who is one of the guys at the Alan Watts Houseboat Summit and Sausalito, et cetera, that really kicked off the Human Being and MKUltra, et cetera. Well, because he promoted because he promotes organic farming now, well, that negates all of the lives that he destroyed with his mind control program with the CIA throughout the 60s and 70s. I mean, it's complete nonsense. And the guy lived to a ripe old age. Well, it's time, and I asked Gary Snyder to come on the show last year as a ripe old CIA agent willing to expose the MKUltra program. Unfortunately, he didn't respond to my email, but I have invited Gary Snyder onto the show to expose himself. And unfortunately, CIA agents don't like to do that. Apparently, it's frowned upon within the company to come out and expose your whole operation, And
actually, it said if you're afraid, you don't want to debate, go ahead and debate. I'm happy to debate with somebody in a very calm manner, right?
Well, so now this person is going on about.
Let's take some questions. Let's take some questions from the chat room.
Well, yeah, and they're asking about Wavy Gravy openly supported Hillary Clinton. So what? Well, so let's look at Wavy Gravy here, because Wavy Gravy and this guy is another one that Steve and Hans and I have all gone into to expose. So he worked with the Grateful Dead. He creates, this hog farm thing. There's always the pig jokes with this, but he was also a merry prankster. That was Ken Kesey, the CIA, that we've already exposed in this episode. So, Spiral, if you haven't watched the whole episode, again, go back and watch that. But this group here, this is all CIA, goes into the Cacophony Society that creates Burning Man. I mean, we've exposed these guys over and over and over. And Wavy Gravy or Hugh Romney is absolutely one of these guys. He, the Church of the Subgenius of Bob Dobbs that we've already talked about a number of times in the show influenced him. Lenny Bruce, Grateful Dead, hanging out with Ram Dass, Albert Einstein, whom we've shown tied directly to Julian Huxley, and all of these guys involved in all of this stuff. Again, Albert Einstein was working at Princeton with Julian Huxley. These same people, these same tie-ins, these same connections. So, just because somebody puts on a rosy face and a tie-dye shirt and promotes LSD and transhumanism doesn't mean that they're good people. You need to step back and understand the agenda and not just what you think you believe because you've never looked at any evidence.
So some other stuff I've got on Wavy Gravy, a.k.a. Hugh Romney, is he was in the Army. He volunteered for it and was honorably discharged after 22 months. That's quite unusual to leave the military after only 22 months, but with an honorable discharge. And he was also Ravi Shankar's manager. I don't know if you want to comment on that, Hans. But Ravi Shankar was one of the big uniting musicians behind a lot of these 60s bands back in the day.
Well, I mean, Ravi Shankar, it's he was a very good, he was very good at, he understood the global audience. He in Paris with his brother, he was performing, like Josephine Baker, these kind of exotic shows. So he knew the global audience. And, indie music was not very well known except for a few, intersections in the early 1920s. You've got like Inayat Khan, Hazrat Inayat Khan, who played Davina, met with like Scriab and some other composers. So, for Ravi Shankar, number one, was very much spoke out a lot about. He described, the hippies in the mud and they're taking drugs. He very much was very against the connection of the Indian music with drugs and psychedelia. On the other hand, any Ravi Shankar fans out there, he was pretty Machiavellian in his business dealings and very much able to market himself and very much able to maximize any kind of business and networking connections available to him. And he was, he was a high-powered player, but he was not. Any of his discussions, he very much critiqued Well, there's a concept, I mean, if you would get into the whole sitar and all that, this is the idea of sort of psychedelic Orientalism, right? So you're creating this pastoral utopia, right? And the music, the sitar or something, it becomes like this trigger linking to this thing, this land where there's no responsibilities and everyone lives in the mountains and gets high all day or whatever. And so it became, you would describe as an oral signifier. That wasn't necessarily connected, obviously, since, sitar is extremely difficult, and it takes, a lot of rigorous discipline to be able to play it, even somewhat competently. So, I mean, Ravi Shankar, I would say, if there are any Ravi Shankar fans out there, I'm sorry, I may say he was an opportunist. He was involved in India in terms of the sort of the restructuring of India's national identity, going towards the more, is what you see now, sort of this more right-wing agenda, so to speak, with this sort of Hindu nationalism. So he was involved with that. But he was, he rejected the idea of the hippies and the psychedelic experience as having anything to do. In fact, was disgusted by it. There's lots and lots of quotes where he describes that, basically describes them as pigs in the mud, and rolling around he was seeing them. He said, it's like you're watching a bunch of degraded animals while he's trying to play this music.
And that reminds me of Stuart Brandon, that clip earlier, saying that down at Essendon they developed this new technique where everybody crawls around on their hands and knees with their eyes closed in the mud, and it's a great way to meet people.
Well, no, exactly, and that's the interesting thing. And but like I said, Ravi Shankar, he made millions and millions of dollars by connecting. He had connected with composers back in the late 50s. He was already part of the scene in Paris. So he made a lot of money, and that being said, that it's always these things. You can, just as Tim Leary said, with one picture, it doesn't matter all the words you say, one iconic image or one thing. It's very easy. It's like that idea of first impressions, right? You first meet someone, supposedly you always first impression will dominate. So if you can connect something with something else, then that will be linked in people's minds, unless they're really willing to think about it and examine it. So I heard they want a sitar break. I'll play some folks. I should actually.
Well, yeah, we're at almost 4.5 hours. It's 4:20, so
it's probably a good time to break.
Yeah.
Well, let me take it out with. I could play a bit of this Leary clip, and it's not video, so it'll probably be all right with the powers that be on YouTube. Okay, here we go. Let me share screen.
Not shared.
You not hearing it?
No, it's not shared.
Oh. Okay. Go back again. Share.
For some reason, Joe is trying to Skype me. Let me find out what's going on.
Is it shared now?
Yeah, it's off.
See my screen?
It's there, yeah.
The undergraduates are now just about ready to take over. And the high school students of 6 years ago are now graduate students.
You guys can hear that?
Yep.
The next 6 years will be a period of dramatic change. Turn on, tune in, and drop out.
So, what Leary is saying there is that, the enlightened person in the future is someone that can move their consciousness through different levels. And the levels, you'd think it might be like, okay, I've got my brain. What's the level above that? Well, it would be the power of 10 brains or 100 brains or all the brains. But no, he's moving inward. He wants to move the consciousness down to the cellular and molecular level. I feel my cells. I am one with my cells. I feel my atoms. I'm one with my atoms. If you're taking drugs so that you can really connect to the atoms within your body, you're not causing any problems for the powers that be. You know, you're not protesting in the street against the Vietnam War or anything like that. It's the ultimate in navel gazing.
I mean, I just was shocked at Leary's predictions, even though he did kind of predict the internet in 1978. But yeah, I mean, levels of consciousness. How stupid. I mean, I'm sorry. Fuck Tim Leary. I just had to say that. I've been holding off on that. But I mean, come on, dude. You know, cellular, okay, isn't there, levels of consciousness? Okay, we have an emotional level. You could say I'm aware of my emotions. You could move out from there. But symbolic, how is there a symbolic level of consciousness? I mean, there's a visual level.
It's sleep. One of the levels of consciousness is sleep.
Yeah, he said the first level is sleep. And then I'm like, isn't it waking? There, I mean, it's just, I'm sorry. It's complete mismatch. And that shows, as a trained doctorate degree holder in psychology, he's fully aware that what he's saying is complete and absolute bullshit. Yeah. And molecular level of consciousness. I mean, that's one of the things, they always sell these stories, which going through all these interviews with the dead to rest thing, and they talked about synesthesia, like they promoting this. You can see the music, man. If you can see the music, and they were saying is Hank Harrison interviewing Owsley, and Hank's like, well, I've never been able to do that, and Owsley's like, I've been able to see the music. He's like, really? So they describe all these experiences. You don't know if they've really had these experiences, going down to the level of their body organs and going down to their past lifetimes and going back to the embryo stage. I mean, maybe, Jan, maybe you've had that experience. I haven't. But, but I mean, I just think it's interesting to look at those levels of consciousness, though, that what they are, you start from sleep and go to molecular. So they're just forms of annihilation and mediation. So you start from unconsciousness and go to absolute disillusionment into the environment. Then you're just a mass of protoplasm.
And don't use your five senses to take in any information, nothing at all. So yeah, it's complete annihilation of anything. Do not think, do not act, do not do anything. It's the ultimate double bind navel gazing.
Everything is one.
Yep.
Well, guys, it's been a great show. Thanks very much.
Yeah, we're right at 4.5 hours here, so great break point, and say goodbye to everybody.
All right, it was a lot of fun. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Hans. Thanks, Steve. Thanks to Joe, who might still be listening.
Happy anniversary, humans.
I'm gonna give some Masonic hand signals so people think that I'm Illuminati. How about this one? No, I'm just kidding. Just joking, guys. I'm sure those are going to show up on the internet. Masonic agent. I just did that for fun. So
all right, guys. Well, it's been great. We'll wrap it up here, and it's been great. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
See you guys.
Take care.